Hello, hello, it is I, Cheese Louise, and today we're playing some more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're starting Case 4. Case 3 was a wild heckin' ride. I'm hoping we can get all the way through Case 4 today. That would be really nice. That is my hope. I don't know why, because I don't need to like beat Ace Attorney by a certain time. I'm just gonna play it through October. Forget Higurashi for October. Forget it. I'm just gonna play Ace Attorney. But like, I could finish the first game because there's two games in the Ace Attorney Chronicles, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. There's 1 and 2. That's why it's Chronicles. It's a collection. I could beat the first one before October, maybe, or at least like midway through October. But there's no way I'm gonna get through the second one. I don't know. I'll see how I feel. Maybe I'll pause after I finish the first one. Mike Who Cheese Harry, hello. What you talking about? I'm talking about the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which I'm about to play. And how I may stop after the first game so I can play Higurashi for October. Fell for your name? I don't get it. Anyway. I don't know. Your name has cheese in it, so it can't be all bad. Anyway. Oh yeah, I always tell VOD watchers on YouTube to like, comment, and subscribe at the end, but I should tell them at the beginning, because even those that aren't dedicated enough to watch my VODs, they probably don't watch all the way to the end, but they'll watch the beginning probably. So like, comment, and subscribe if you're watching the YouTube VOD. Thank you, algorithms and such. Yeah, I still don't understand the joke in your name. I'm trying to say it in my head and I don't understand it. Anyway, let's move over to the game. Button. I don't know why I started singing along with the music right when I was about to make it disappear. Let's go. We're on Case 4. Case 3 was so crazy. This game is not... Ah! Noises. This game is not pulling its punches. Oh my gosh, I have the playing with viewers on screen. That shouldn't be there. This is not a multiplayer game. Some would argue it's not even a game, but I would disagree with them. Visual novels are games, especially Ace Attorney. Wait, I already saved. Yes. Wow, Case 1 was nuts. Case 2 was nuts. There wasn't even a trial. It was still nuts, though. Case 3, wow. Wow. I don't know where... I mean, I know people like this game, but I don't know where these individual cases lie in people's, like, rankings of, like, the best cases of Ace Attorney. But I feel like Case 3, it's gotta be up there, right? Anyway, Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. What does that even mean? That doesn't tell me anything about the premise, unless someone has a heart attack, because Kokoro means heart. What? The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, The curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
I've noticed most of these preludes are actually misdirections. In earlier Ace Attorneys, they actually tell you what's happening, and sometimes they tell you too much. Especially in case one of most of the games, they tell you exactly like who it is, who done it, and kind of remove the mystery. Understandable because they're like the tutorial cases. But at least like they don't misdirect you, they just kind of leave some mystery. But these ones are just straight up, they lie to you. 19th February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Let's see if I can remember the voices I give everyone. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was... Someone say gaslight? It was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. Wow, talk about gaslighting. Convincing me that it's day when it's actually night? Wow. What about the enormous beds? Even after my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I think I threw the word even in there for no reason. Why'd I do that? I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it truly was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Boy, my sight reading is not very good today, is it? Just gotta get my brain warmed up. I exercised my body earlier, but not my brain. Except, when I learned that we owned £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. £3 doesn't sound like that much. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. Wow. I guess pounds must have changed value over time pretty significantly. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Actually, you know, thinking about the change of, inflation, change of value of money over time, I'm always reminded of the Animaniacs movie, Wacko's Wish, where, like, at the beginning of the movie, they find a hay penny, which is, like, worth half a penny, and they're like, oh my god, you're the richest man in town! And at the end, he makes his wish. Spoilers for the Animaniacs movie. Sorry. At the end, Wacko makes his wish, and he wishes for a second hay penny. Oh, it's funny. I love that movie. If you've never seen the Animaniacs movie, you should watch it. Highly recommend. Ugh, I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend... is that how you pronounce it? Stipend? Stipend. It's probably stipend. Yeah. Stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour. Let's see what voice did I give this guy? It was kind of low and grumbly, I think. Oh, yes. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Suzato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you have very comprehensive You had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. We're not going to bring up the part where I was like, no, wait, you shouldn't declare him not guilty yet. Wait. We're going to ignore that part. Yes, I've already been appraised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may Consider the test passed. Oh! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? No. It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Well, I was hoping that the evidence wouldn't get set on fire with someone inside. Although I don't know if he knows about that. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Wow, Ouija. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I've never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. He was the one inside! Oh my goodness. I mean, I guess he's the best possible person to have been in there. Someone surely died inside of it. Might as well have been McGilded. No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. I'm looking at the clock. We'll see if we're out of the scene by the next 19 minutes. Wait, I'm gonna look at your room, though. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room! I believe they're... Yes, your suits of armor. Have I seen this scene already? I know I've examined this room before. I just thought it would give me new dialogue. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like lion dogs we have in Japan. Yep, that sounds familiar. Well, let me skip this. I'm pressing the button as hard as I can, chat. Okay, this is all gonna be duplicate dialogue, I think. Sir, look at this armband. Nope, he doesn't want to see it. Gosh dang it. Sorry, I'm pressing too many buttons to try to mash through this. Ah! Right, why is the history button? Don't press that one, cheese. It wasn't... Actually, let me see. People. Oh, I don't have them. It wasn't the prosecutor, did it? The Reaper of the Bailey? But they wouldn't have the prosecutor be a murderer, would they? I mean... Yes, I know about Von Karma, but... and Godo, technically. Sorry, miscellaneous Ace Attorney spoilers. Gilded's death. I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead?
After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom.
Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of.
Precisely.
See, I was assuming McGilded was the one who set it on fire. I did not think he would be the one inside. Because I thought he was, like, disposing of the evidence or something.
Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No. How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already... The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded.
That's awful.
The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere.
The bailiff really needs to pay more attention. How could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
Thinking back now... Immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I'm gonna miss giving him an Irish accent. I asked if I could be present for it myself. I think my Irish accent actually isn't that bad. I think it's one of my better accents.
An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage.
But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about?
Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer of any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Yeah. Poor Mr. McGilded.
British court. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court?
It sucked, actually. Well, I don't know. I mean, it was... Wow! The way that your jury decides their verdict mid-trial and they interrupt our arguments to lay them down, it's really, like, childish. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Suzato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Hey! I thought that to myself. Don't read my internal dialogue. Oh, the Mayas always do that. She's the Maya. She's the Maya today. In this game. The Mayas that we had. There was Trucy's a Maya. Kay's a Maya. All the girl assistants are Mayas. It'd be like that.
The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can.
What do you mean advanced? There's no... Okay. The most advanced in the world, is it? What does that even mean for a judicial system to be advanced? That's nonsense.
It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. I would not call it simple.
Simple? That was simple?
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
Oh. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Yeah, this guy's corrupt as heck. Is something funny?
Oh no, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive a not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree?
But you just said it was a trial that we couldn't lose, implying that you knew that McGilded had rigged it in some kind of way. Which means you're gaslighting me. Okay. Well, I don't know about that. Gosh, my nose is stuffy. I hope I don't sniffle all stream, because I'm sure that's annoying to listen to.
Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I've prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before.
What's going on? What was he going to say before? Something incriminating, I'm sure. New case. Could you perhaps give us more details about the new case you mentioned?
No.
Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Excuse me.
Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. Still murder, though. In fact, this case is completely different.
Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind?
That is to say, no one has died yet.
Oh, attempted murder. Got it.
And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. You got 4 hours. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So trial's tomorrow then. An hour ago tomorrow.
So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... Well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Miss McGilded's trial.
Ah yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense, of course.
Oh!
If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
But I mean, like McGilded said he was just going to represent himself, so I assume that's legal. To just be your own defense attorney if you don't have one. The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, here we go again. Why is my nose so runny?
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me.
What? That wasn't 19 minutes. It was only 12 minutes.
I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until court sits. The court sits.
Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. Ouch.
gosh, maybe I shouldn't stream today. Oh well, we'll keep going. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I'd be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds.
Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so we could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And, there's another thing. Oh!
Another thing? Continue.
On the way here on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important I have to do.
Something very important? And what exactly would that be?
He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd never made it to...
You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. You're so rude.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. If you'd ever made it to Great Britain. Okay, I didn't get cut off that hard. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to appraise you of the details. That's not Sholmes.
How long has he been there?
So I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell. Sorry, I just had to cough a little bit.
There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we'd better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right.
I don't want to.
I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all.
Okay, so I have to examine him. He's got fish and chips in a little newspaper cone.
Could we trouble you?
What do you think?
Ag... Lovely weather, isn't it?
What's weather got to do with anything?
Ugh.
Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know? I have no idea what this voice is I'm giving him.
Ugh, but Susato-san told me it was foolproof.
I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, and I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying, Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. You know, because some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters.
There's no need to rip us apart as well. Also, how do you have an infinite amount of fish and chips in there? I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
Eh?
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant,
Eh?
It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
It is is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
Unbelievable! How did she pull that off?
So, Lord Strongheart asked me to fill you in on the case. The name is Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson, to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Oh, he's supposed to have a Scottish accent. I can't do Scottish accents. I don't know. I don't know how. I can't. If I could think of like a phrase to say to myself, I might be able to get myself in it. All right, what does like Scrooge McDuck say? Curse me kilts. Curse me kilts. I don't know. I'll just keep doing whatever it was I was doing. Gregson, Inspector Gregson? What's the matter, Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Hang on, I'm gonna hit that BRB button. I'm gonna go blow my nose. Wow. Oh, this isn't the right screen. Wow. Oh, geez. Did I get bot rated while I was on BRB? What are these? Jeez. Yeah, they're not hosses, but gosh dang it.
Sorry, I'm gonna take the moment. I suppose I could have stayed on BRB screen while I did this. I'm gonna take the moment and ban these bots real quick. I don't know if the notification went on screen or not. I forget if I actually have that set up on my BRB screen. What am I doing? Moderation. Banned chatters. So, Gavavbada, alright. You're banned. Like, I have to ban them, right? Or else, they could, like, come back and give hateful messages later. Like, okay. If you're not bots, say something, and I will not ban you, but... Given that all your names are so similar and it was all at once, I'm gonna go ahead and say you're probably bots. I was criticizing them last time during Metal Gear Solid for all being hosses. So I guess that's a... Or no, it was during Minecraft, not Metal Gear Solid. It's like, come on, get creative. Stop all using the same name. Well, this is what I get for complaining about that. Give me that moment of indecision on whether or not they are actually bots. Oh, well, just click on their name, go to their page. I'll find out if they're a bot or not. Yeah, right. Not freaking likely. Cheese Louise isn't that foolish. Look, I'll steal someone else's IP address. You're not getting this, boy. Alright. Anyway. So, in other bad news, my nose has decided it's going to refill itself immediately after I empty it. So that's fun. I don't have any, like, sinus clearing food. Like, I don't have anything spicy with me right now that I could eat. Oh, actually, I have some of those, like, super spicy, flavorful ramens. Like, cup of noodles. Maybe I could heat one of those up. We'll see how long it persists. If it keeps going, then maybe I will do that. I don't like eating on stream, but sometimes I feel like I gotta. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Ranst magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful, friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come over the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? I do. I always think that.
Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. Why is Gregson my spirit animal? I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. Whoa, eggs is eggs, now that I think about it. Yeah, me too, Susato. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. What? Did I read that right? Didn't seem right in my brain space. Oh dear, perhaps the sudden rise to fame does change people. There's only one way to find out. Like, comment, and subscribe. And follow on Twitch if you're not a bot. Bots can go away though. Unless you're a VTuber whose gimmick is that you're a robot, that's okay. I like robots with personality, you know? But not bots that spam people. So, about the case that is Lord Chief Justice... that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the Yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital, unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself for Yonosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. Whirlwind investigation? You said it couldn't be simpler. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. I'm sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barrack von Zeeks. Well, you see. I already beat him in court, you see. No! Sounds like you've heard of him, then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Baron Van Zeeks, who he faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. You don't have to recap me on this. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been danged. Condemned. Damned, as it were. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Ha! And what of it? Oh, well, I think... that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What, does he murder everyone he's up against? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Ah, Magnus McGilded came a crop on that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, if Van Zieks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. That's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic.
I don't think that's correct.
I'd have a good long think about that if I were you.
Are we really supposed to believe that?
Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. And fish. So I'll be headed back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place?
That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the hold... Ah!
Spooked me.
If you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
You've branded him a criminal already?
He's as good as. Shaken like a leaf in a cell, he is. He'll give you a chuckle if nothing else.
What do you mean?
He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer, and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. I know I postulated earlier that it was Van Zieks that did it, but I feel like that's not correct. Van Zieks is a well-liked character to my knowledge. I don't think he's the prosecutor that kills all of our clients. I don't think so. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could, well, imagine that he would be shaken like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? That was weird how you rotated midway through that. I'm going to take a drink real quick. I think it's because I went for a jog earlier. My nose is mad at me for going outside. Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I'm your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go. Let's go! Let's go! Alright, I'm not going to re-examine everything there. Oh, we could go to the scene of the crime? We should talk to the client first, though. Oh, jeez. Quite the prison cell. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. Feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Apparently our client is in the cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like.
Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop idling in the back of the cell and show your face at once.
Am I a cat? As yet with no name? Calling me by a number is utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? He's eccentric. So we have our work cut out for us. I feel like most Ace Attorney clients are pretty eccentric. I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Oh. Alright, so the voice I gave him when I didn't see him was obviously off base. Well, your eyebrows are messed up. Should I give him like a blustery voice? Like, hum, 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 hum. Shush, quiet. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Oh, jeez. Right, so, could I ask you? There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't you try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? He's real fidgety. Makes me look stoic. You mean you don't harm prisoner, son? Are you Japanese by any chance? Oh, that cleared him up. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Oh. Your eyes.
Hey, listen.
Wow. No, those aren't real follows, are they? No, stop.
Hey, listen.
Oh, Seribot's getting some of them, though. Jeez. Alright, I'm just gonna turn off notifications for a little bit.
Hey.
Nope. Sorry to anyone who actually follows. Though, I don't think anyone's followed during my Ace Attorney streams. Forgive me for that outburst earlier. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Okay, looks like the bots have stopped. I'm gonna go through and just ban them all real quick alike. So how's your day, chat? If you're watching any other streams, are they getting botted today too? At least they didn't bot me during my my stream with my mom. That was nice of the bots to leave me alone for that. Again, if any of these are a real person who followed, I guess send me a whisper or an unban request or something. Eh? I cannot ban that user? Why not? Oh, it's because Saribot already banned them. I see. Boy, maybe I should go back to streaming on YouTube. They don't have this problem over there. Oh well. Who could have guessed that the new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show. Here, I'll turn the alerts back on so I can at least know if another raid starts. So I know that I need to ban them. Alright, so we were... Boy, that's 12 already today. Oof. I can tell because my monthly follower goal was at 50... 50 legit follows. Because it removes the bots after they get banned. At least after stream. So that's 12 today. Oof. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh dear. I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? You really think they sent someone from Japan within the day? Why would you be detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can. I will! Shan't stay sullen and silent. Stop YMCAing at me. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as he said. My name... Ah, that wasn't Suzato. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna do something real quick. Actually, never mind. I'm not gonna do that. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Suzato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Natsume. Hey, look at this armband. Yes, the symbol of one of our great empire's first-rate lawyers. Which means, of course, you'll step by my side. You'll defend me. Oh, no, sorry, that wasn't why I was showing it to you. Then why else would you show me that? Oops, in hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea. Soseki Natsume-san? What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. What? A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this is beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I mean, are those that different? I mean, they're a little different, but I can see why there would be a little bit of crossover. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece... tendered? What? Tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. Must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. And often likes to be told. And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Sozeki-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? I mean, maybe. Oh dear. Seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. That does sound pretty inconvenient. So, Sozeki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was the accursed... It wasn't accursed even. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I went to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too? As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Sir, that did not make sense to say. It was like a graveyard? Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. You just wanted to alliterate, didn't you? I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Sozeki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that? I'm different. Shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people! Same. I see. A young woman unknown to Sozeki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else in the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? Hmm? What conundrum? The fact that no one was there to stab her, except for you? That sounds like a conundrum. What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Hydration check. Is it the voices that I'm doing? Is the voice making my throat worse? Probably doesn't even sound that different on stream. It only sounds different in my head. Well, what if Sozeki-san... If what Sozeki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he did know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. And he apparently fled without having been seen.
I did. Oh, then how'd you get arrested?
But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit?
Arg! You! What did you just say?
Nothing, I didn't say anything.
It was in parentheses.
Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested?
Sorry?
He didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right.
It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective.
Accursed great detective? Could it be?
I shall never forget that name. That man's name as long as I live. With his hearty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody, be gone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Hairlock Sholmes!
I knew it! Mr. Sholmes? Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure.
I kinda did. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police, put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon! Disgusting dietary discrimination devils!
You clearly had a trying morning yesterday.
There he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That's Hairlock Sholmes!
It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English.
I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London.
Yes, the great detective is really very well known.
And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me? This weak, stooped kitten of a man?
I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you?
That would be really most unreasonable.
That's how deductive logic works, man. He deduced that it has to be this. You're supposed to use inductive logic, not deductive logic.
Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in.
Of course you were. That's only natural.
I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign film flammery.
Flammery?
Well, we are in England, so you can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Can and am. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, "Yes, I do, and I'm fine." Next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here.
But dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now.
Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. When we're speaking English, just a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes, all right, yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. It'd be like that. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, I have no idea what really happened right now, but yeah. Well, why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. Ah, a student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. That's fair. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. Locum? Excuse me? Excuse me? Locum is a person who temporarily fulfills the duties of another. Oh. Okay. Makes sense to me. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, what do you mean? Who do you mean? The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there's only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. Must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. Anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Somebody not to be trusted. I heard them openly laugh about me before, in my earshot without any compunction at all. Compunction?
Compunction.
A feeling of guilt or moral scruples that prevents or follows the doing of something bad. Oh, that's a good word. I like that. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. Oh, he probably has a Japanese accent, huh? My Japanese accent's actually really bad, so... I'm not gonna try that. So at the very least, I like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Yeah, I don't have anything to show you. I can't examine. Alright, let's go. Alright, Sholmes, show your ugly face. I know you're gonna be here. 19th of February, Briar Road. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. Wait, okay, so Scotland Yard is just, I guess, the name of the London police? It doesn't mean that they're Scottish. Okay. Sorry, shows what I know. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. You're often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. I'm gonna eat another cough drop. To real Bobby's helmet. Bobby? What? The helmet? Hehe, of course. I have to try one on one day. I hope your Hattie dream comes true. Oh, you're not Sholmes. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail. I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells, then? What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. Oh, we'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Oh! I hate that argument. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. The stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Look at this armband. Never mind. Should I talk or can I examine first? We'll talk first. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is the man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby's hard going, I can tell you. Oh, really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yup, raps on the windows with a long pole. Did it myself. Going back a bit. Really? I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's a regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. It's about 40 kilometers. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? It's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. And I suppose in between all those duties, bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well? And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. I've always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruto. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago. Just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. Comes around pretty smartish? What does that mean? I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take a look if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's your policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. The local map has been entered into the court record. Nice. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countryman. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. Sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. Uh-huh. One of them did it. Ah. And the other's flashbulb being it. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife. And the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. Oh, he did it. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Oh. Ah! A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. It's pretty tough if a cop's testifying against you as a witness. That's that then.
He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. A policeman witness to the incident. And your judicial assistant... As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. You think so? Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector.
What?
The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
What are you bringing him up for?
Was it something I said? The color is drained from his cheeks. We'll talk about the trial first.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not?
Well,
Makes no difference to me. But I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole.
Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though.
Sorry?
The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones.
Master criminals? The violent ones?
That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
But Mr. Natsumi wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely?
That's just my point, Sunshine. That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase.
Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? Why'd I stab people and they live all the time? It's just a slap on the wrist.
No, there's got to be more to it. For some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness?
More like Lord of Edge. Heyo!
You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial.
Like he'll answer. Are you really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it?
Who did you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle.
Ah,
The man's an amateur. I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
oh,
I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He was astounding me just the other day. I guess it was a couple weeks ago. He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Kibble gabble.
Ah!
Ever seen this before?
Oh, yes. That's Ranst Magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears.
Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any of Sherlock Holmes' tales at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective.
What does frumped mean? Frumped. Okay, frump, a dowdy, unattractive girl or woman. A staid, drab, old-fashioned person. Huh? Oh, Urban Dictionary is not giving me a very good definition. Weird. Must be a dated definition.
Man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all of our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Well, don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
What, examine the crime scene?
Oh yes, what is it? Well, seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsumi did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, you have no idea of the man's address even. It's Baker Street! How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
Wow, way to dox yourself, Sholmes.
If you're putting...
Oh, okay. If you're surely got a lot of enemies, you're really just gonna put your home address on blast?
Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage. So we're to have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Well, I want to examine the crime scene first.
Hehe, what a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. Looks a little creepy, though. Oh, it has a scarf, look!
You'd need one if you're out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one.
I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment, too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered with snow. I mean, flip it inside out. Brush the snow off. The killer hid inside the snowman, or behind the snowman. Or something. Also, this is a 2D image. This is not 3D space. I don't think the camera's gonna zoom over to anything. Dispatch of payment. Payment must be where the incident occurred. Yes. It's a very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding besides behind the snowman.
Oi, what are you foreigners doing here?
Huh? Oh, we, just investigating the scene, officer.
Conspiring with that mustached fella from Japan, are you? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an Iden. Go on.
You shoot us away like rats. Yes, we should give them a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience.
We'll be back here later. When we're not shooed away.
That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Ugh.
Thanks. Daily News. The Metro... I can't read that. William Robbins. Snowman.
Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals.
You're very well informed, aren't you?
It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, I'll just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. That wouldn't mean being arrested in order to ride it, wouldn't it? So if that's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, 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 I wasn't serious.
This lady. Can't understand. Are any of these buildings of note? Apparently not. Snowman. That guy, that guy. Horse? Horse is not. Nope. Okay. Well, a lot less. Wait! There's a whole lefter area. Look at this street!
There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow. I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, dressed in all black. I worry coachman might not see you, and you could be flattened by horses.
Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Can't relate.
Do you see all the black smoke rising from the chimneys over there? It says here that in Great Britain, many people heat their homes in winter using coal. The only chimneys I really remember seeing in Japan were on top of the bathhouse. Do you think some of those houses could be on fire? Not at all. Well, even so, that much thick smoke billowing up to the heavens is surely going to turn the whole sky black sooner or later. Nah, you don't gotta worry about that. It won't become a problem for at least 200 years. How long ago was this? 50 years. 80 years. 120 years. I don't know. Gosh, you may be right about that. Gosh, I remember, maybe this is too controversial to say on stream, but whatever. I remember an uncle of mine, he was trying to convince someone, he wasn't trying to convince me, but was trying to convince someone that global warming wasn't real, because the argument was that it's too arrogant for humans to think, or for ferrets to think, that they could have that significant of an impact on the Earth. It's too arrogant, therefore global warming isn't real. The way people think. But you know me, I'm averse to conflict, so I didn't bother arguing with him. But you know. Oh, spazzing out. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as Foggy London Town. I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built, though. Aha, yes! That must be the Crystal Tower, being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. Glazed? Glazed. What? What? It's to be the largest exposition in history, is it? Can't even begin to imagine. Bike. Hey, that bike's important. Oh, a British bicycle, look. Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. I wonder when that happened. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. Bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Ha! You silly. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both of your feet off from ground seems reckless. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long, interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. Wow, it is. I didn't even notice that until he said it. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodging ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. I see. We could have missed out on that bike and this saggy building. That's probably important. The windows are bricked up. Oof. Alright, I think that's all that's here. Lamppost? Nope. Alright, let's move! New location. Hello. Cutscene?
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Shores.
That voice does not suit him at all. I really wish they'd hired a British person to do their best Japanese accent for their voices. That would be great. 19th of February, 12:53 p.m. Sholmes' Suite. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the stories, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it. The romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. She's obsessed. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, we just came inside without anyone answering the door. Oh, do we have a visitor? I knew it. Hello. Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello. Wait. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. Sholmes, you got some splaining to do. Why is there a lolly in your house? I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh, yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? Do you think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case? The King of Bohemia? King Wilhelm Gostreich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. There is child. The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you. I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. Ah, there you are. I'm taking that with you as well. I'm looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Wait, should I do British falsetto? Should I? I think I cowered it out last time. Let's see. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Boy, you having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant, yellow, yet mellow flavor. Yellow mellow. Hooray! It's a winter. I tried blending different leaves. I can't do this. I can't keep this up. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you say? You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. And you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley? Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea.
I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholm's suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Wait, are you the daughter of the first victim? The victim of case 1? I knew her name was Iris. I didn't know her other name was Wilson. I thought it was Watson. But I suppose it's a what's it called? When a character is like a stand-in, like an obvious stand-in, like Sherlock Holmes is obviously Sherlock Holmes, but he's what's the term for it? Facsimile? Is that what I want to say? I don't know. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Suzato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Suzato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. I like those. I like those. I mean, Runo's kind of weird, but Susie. Wow. Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Look at this armband. Iris, could I show you this? Oh, how exciting! What is it? Tell me all about it. Oh, actually, I was hoping you might be able to tell me something about it, if anything comes to mind. Alright, this is not specific dialogue to what I actually presented. Why would it? Well, no, I suppose it wouldn't. Tell me, I want to hear everything. This hasn't gone according to plan. She's really cute, but I have a feeling that she's a Two-Face. What about this one? Oh, no. Same dialogue. Wait, I want to examine. I don't want to get kicked out of here after I've talked to her. Alright. I like this music. What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine? That's the great analytoscope. It can analyze anything, really. Anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations. What sort of things has he analyzed with it? Do you know? Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet. Oh. Why not? Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him, I don't actually have anything I need to analyze. Oh dear. How about you, Runo? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze? The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. Well, we might be analyzing stuff later. Hard to say. Alright, that school is apparently not interesting. Chair? Violin. Bookshelf.
I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it? Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing. Wait, is that a thing? Is Sherlock Holmes known for violining? Oh, really? Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational! I immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London. Oh, yes, well... Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one. But after a while, he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. Oof. So now it's merely an ornament in my room. That must have been an awkward conversation. I got an achievement for that, I guess. There's all sorts of things on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. I keep telling Helly not to cram so much on those shelves. Good advice. He wanted to look something up in one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in, he couldn't get it out. So he went and bought a new copy instead. That's pretty funny. Alright, pretty messy. A sign of a genius, I'm sure. So, that's a psychiatry couch. What's that shoe? I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Lying beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. It's so relaxing. We can't relax, not when there are so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Oh, it's just as it was described in the stories. It is? Yes, exactly. Inside that Persian slipper, for example. All my chocolates for elevensies. And transfixed by that large jackknife is my shopping list for the market. Iris is spoiling your fun, huh? Oh, it's not quite how I remember it being described in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Where's Susato-san? She looks crushed. Iris is just here to ruin dreams. Tea? It looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy with an equally sturdy lock. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. How did you come to that conclusion? Ooh, that chest contains some of my most valuable things. And that smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon. Ah, what an entrancing collection. This is the first time in my life I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament. Oh, those are all memories that Hurley has collected from his past cases. Really? Even the bust? Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust. What? The poor defenseless emperor? Mr. Sholmes destroys it? Yes, and then he buys a new one. You make it sound like he has a temperament of an insane sculptor. Ah, how entrancingly bohemian of him. Oh, this is Iris' side of the room. I see. What a beautiful English tea set. It's so neatly arranged. A favorite pastime of mine. A cup of herbal tea in the afternoon. Tea? Made of herbs?
That's right. I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends. One moment, don't go away. I'll brew a pot of this special blend I came up with earlier today. She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. Ah, it's my blackboard where I note down ideas. Oh, interesting. Let's see. Black Peter? What does that mean? Don't you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll come back to that blackboard later. No, I want to look at the room. Don't tell me what to do. That's a charming little white shelf and full of charming little bottles, too. Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They're quite explosive. Oh, they might explode. I was joking. Explode? Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments? Yes, indeed. And as Helly always says, chemistry is an explosive science. Sorry? I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world. Perhaps he just meant it literally. Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. What on earth is that black lump over there? Oh, they don't know what a typewriter is. Ah, that fascinating thing is called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quickly, too. Oh, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Is that it? And... Alright, I guess I'll talk to her. If I have to. I'm just kidding. She's cute. I love talking to cuties. Don't make it weird, Cheese. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Gulp. Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny. Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Cough. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around.
Oh, I see. Wonder what the story is there. Well, one of them... Jeez.
Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine? Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
That's right. Helly is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard of them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night he was telling me about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you're the author. Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band.
But that's so misdirecting. Iris, you're the one titling the cases. You know.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making the venom snake be the cause of all the trouble.
You...
Oh, that was Mr. Sholm's first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you?
Iris. You're spreading falsehoods. That's bad. Because people take him as fact.
So do you mean to say are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susato-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the Doctor of Medicine part? That's all true too. I am a Doctor of Medicine.
No, at 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
She just like, yes. Period.
Well, that's
Quite incredible.
But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly, for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow.
It's a little sus, yes.
I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart.
Wait, so you're not the daughter of the victim of the first case? His name was Wilson. I remember.
Your deductions just now. About before. Yes. What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer? And we just arrived in London, I mean. Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin.
That does not look very good.
Iris Wilson is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's gonna be one of these. By the way, alright, I gotta disclose. I don't know much about Iris yet, but she is definitely falling into one of my favorite archetype of characters, and that is the power lolly. You know, the young girl who is like way stronger narratively than they have any right to be. Either they're super duper smart or super duper powerful. Like a super powerful one that comes to mind is Shinobu Oshino. Although typically the powerful ones are fake lollies, and like they're actually way older and they just look that way. But you know, the genius lollies, they're good too. They're good by cheese. So Iris will probably come out of this game my favorite character, just because that's how my brain works. So yeah. I know some people don't like Iris. I don't know why that is. Maybe I'll find out. Maybe I'll change my mind. But as of right now, I'm enjoying her.
First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh, so I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country.
Also, it's really hard for me to voice a conversation between Susato and Iris, because they're basically the same voice, just one has a British accent, and it's also a difficult voice for me to do for long periods of time. Also, my throat and nose are fighting me today.
And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you, earlier today? Ah.
Hey, no, bad. You have to give me that plot detail first. You have to show me. She's done animations that Mark has not been on her hand. No, you have to give that information before you explain the mystery. Boo. I'm just kidding. I don't really care.
They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see? I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates.
What? Okay.
So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had a case to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home for a few hours yesterday, Holly solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. No, Runo has a fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? And anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly.
Yeah, you're damaging your walls, you ding-dong. You don't have a cork board.
That is all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions.
Well, I'll hand you that you were completely correct on all accounts, so, I guess your deductive reasoning worked.
Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
If you don't know if it's correct, it's not deductive logic, it's inductive logic.
They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to discern something of Mr. Sholm's delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This really is very good news. You can tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please?
Yeah. Get the information from an outside source. Excellent.
So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes. Halley had just arrived back to London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
I have a feeling Iris is going to tell us more than Sholmes would.
Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene.
I'm guessing the Bobby did it and that he threw the knife.
A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsumi, beyond any doubt. Saseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Helle used his great detective powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room, very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark at that time.
Wait, what did he deduce, though?
How? Of course it did. He's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow's too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Helle says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
Well, that's bad.
That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system.
Great as in grand, not as in good.
I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out too much hope for Soseki-san.
That fire has a really slow frame rate.
Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
She didn't really tell us anything.
Oh, you're most welcome. I just had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the same. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Ellie said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson while you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case, give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris's postcard has been entered in the court record. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Shillings? 5 shillings, wow. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea. So come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So someone dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. Wait, hold on. I want to examine this before we lose it. This is a 5-shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown. Yes, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single one. What? Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world. How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What's it really worth? Well, it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month. That's greasy. Iris's little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem? Yes, the handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it. You don't think it will just make him munch piping hot chips until steam comes out of his ears, do you? Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. Huh. Well, I'm gonna hit BRB real quick. So, BRB. Hey, good timing. Good timing on that BGM, huh? Alright, I used the little ferret's room, and I also put some spicy cup noodle in the microwave. So hopefully that'll help clear up my sinuses a little bit. So somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back... That they would... We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. To be continued? Oh, I was literally at a to be continued. I was thinking I was going to wait until a to be continued to do that, but I did it like literally the very panel before, the very line of text before. Yes, we'll save our saved. 19th February, 2:38 p.m., Prior Road. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect, so let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Hang on, my ramen's done. I'll grab it real quick. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. I'm just stirring it. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Perfect, so let's find out. Did I read that? I think I did. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Alright, so yep. Look at this postcard. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment?
I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts.
Gadabout?
That's for sure.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
What? For me? From her ladyship?
Her ladyship?
Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly?
That's a silver crown, obviously. It's a lot more than that. It's, well... It's an appearance fee, that's what it is.
An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean...
That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. The ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time.
Yes, yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course, I use my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still.
I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you.
Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously, it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector. We'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Oh, the little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fellow? He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look.
Oh, right there. Well, how about that?
Suddenly, Sholm's deduction is a lot less impressive. On the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle... on the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadeb. Right, well, if you see her again, make sure to give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector, we will.
Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship.
If she's that beloved, it's kind of crazy that she's doxing herself so hard. Everyone knows where she lives and her door isn't locked and she's just hanging out. She's like, oh, someone's in my house. Hello. Like, hang on, I'm gonna eat a little bit of noodle spot.
Still kind of hot. Like temperature, not spicy. I'll let it cool down a bit.
Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? Which has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks decidedly worse shaped than the other houses around here. I feel like I've read this already. According to Inspector Gregson, that house is where Mr. Natsume has lodgings.
Okay, that's me.
Just across the road from where the incident took place, I see. Must be awful for Soseki-san getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land.
Let's go.
Wow, it looks nicer in here than I expected. 19th February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Hello? What do I want to give this? May I help you? Ah, yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? Oh. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Why is she happy? One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Garadeb has to be a pun. It's such a weird name. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of the standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've arrived now, doesn't it? We only need to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Isn't that a French maid outfit, though? Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garda will see you now this way. Okay. I'm gonna examine all your stuff first, though. Hope that's alright with you. Are those mortar shells? They're enormous! Ah, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here? Well, he has a cannon right there. His head is shaped like a moon! Ah, those old things. Couple little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of colorful regiment lore, that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells?
Well, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron after all, usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when those things might come in useful, do you? You did it. Useful for what exactly? Yes, well... Joan here did manage to knock one off the bally. One of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting. Oh no! Hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know. Nice. Maybe reconsider throwing them away? That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although it bothers me that it's not straight. Everything in here is crooked. What, that old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to a shine by accident, I suppose? There appears to be an inscription on the metal itself. Look. Let me see, it says, for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. Noodle. Aww. Get that spice up in my nose. It's not that spicy. The uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly well looked after, though. That old thing? Pah, not much better than rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past. Me would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have an odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Okay, I might not know how pipes work, but I feel like holding it like that and stirring your tea with it, you're gonna get some pretty gross tea in a minute. You should maybe not do that. Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Okay, how did you get a cannon in here? That's a full-size cannon. What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica. That old thing? Bah, that's little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? Isn't it overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. So you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garadeb? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Hey, that reminds me of the Konosuba movie. That was a thing. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly does seem like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem, ahem.
maybe let's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem, ahem. So, like, you have nice stuff, but you don't take good care of it. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. It's very crooked. Lined up. Looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It's quite the English way. It's Mr. Gardeb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Gardeb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. Yeah, okay. Don't make fat jokes, jeez. The game's already doing it. How magnanimous of you. Look at this crockery up on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is, oh dear, it's in pieces. Really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. No. Yeah, it's probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. You really think a cannon was fired at it and that's all the damage that happened? Candelabra? This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. Wait, what? It is? Looks gold to me. Ah, that old thing, yes. Just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Gimcrack, really. What? Oh. Used it when I was studying, don't you know, for my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to, really, but, well, still has its uses sometimes. Of course. Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it? They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo, memories. Memories, all alone in the moonlight. Let's look out this window. We'll see some stuff out there. This window looks, out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. Seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. You know, I live somewhere pretty dang cold. And even in winter, my roommate likes to open his window a lot. I think it's kind of crazy. I think it's crazy. And granted, the rest of the house like has their own heaters, so it's fine. But dang it, when I'm gonna go to bed and I gotta walk past his door, it's just the cold rushing out from under his door is ugh, all over my feet. I wish he wouldn't, but I mean, it's fine. I guess he overheats easily, so. But I'm keeping the rest of the house toasty. I don't gotta pay for heat, so I'm keeping that thermostat up. Better believe it. Seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. Lies.
I don't believe it. Good day to you. John Garadeb, at your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings.
So he's a retired soldier. And over the reign, you only have a medal of participation.
It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was painting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you really think so? Well, Mr. Gardeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing. The medal is just folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash it, old woman, be careful. Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Just living the quiet life now.
Yes, I see.
Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs. Is that right?
Yes. We would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace in Blight. Peace here in Blighty. What? I've forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Wait, he said weave. Okay, just British. I read I've for some reason.
Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house. Would you believe it?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business.
Noodles. Good noodles. Oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so...
No. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Soseki-san's room.
It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching in curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
About Mr. Natsumi then, Mr. Garadeb, please do tell us.
Ah yes, the Japanese chap. It's only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then.
I have 2 lodges most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago and
You see, there had been...
Dash it all, Joan, do be careful. Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
I'm so inconsistent with Joan's voice.
If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him.
You did it.
Oh, why? He seemed to be have a most nervous disposition. always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything, ever, all the time. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Yeah, about that. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes. Oh, yes, indeed there was. She's dying to tell us. Noodles. 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 So these noodles, they are kind of helping to clear my sinuses, but it's clogging my throat. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Have you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Miss Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every day. Comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. This gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Those are rookie hours. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes, they're both below us, on the first floor on the street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? Precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. Ah! Good grief, Joan, be more careful, woman. Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. You two are full of it. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Do you notice anything else out of the ordinary, then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well... yes? Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around the time we saw there were... Ah! For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing! Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Oh, yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Gardeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was a trifling matter, really. Nothing. Oh! Joan Dash it all, what's the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garadab. Does this count as domestic violence? What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Can I go now? Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsumi's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak? Yes, told me not his name. I had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsumi has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsumi's room, I mean? Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'd find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Okay, bye. Oh, converse was never an option anyway? I had to examine them? Weird. Yo, there's a cat. Okay, I was gonna say, it's weird that they could see out the other window when on the outside all the windows were bricked off. But this window is definitely bricked off. Also, bro, you should really invest in some bookshelves. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountain of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsumi lives. By the way, follow the drink and go. I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garadeb told us, great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. See under the books. Is he the cat? Alright, let's look at the lucky cat. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsumi didn't bring that Maneke Neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsumi wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why am I as such a giveaway? So that's not interesting, but this is. Look at all those books stacked up over there. They almost reached the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. This volume of books to hand? What? With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? That's a weird expression. No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. That's not interesting, apparently. Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. Surely it is just a wall then, isn't it? Why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Natsumi painted the brick design on in a fit of whimsy. That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes this place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. Cat. Hello. Okay, bye. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into a pile of books as quick as a flash. That was not quick. That was very slow. It was a tricolor Mikey, wasn't it? Or it was a tricolor Mikey, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Mikey? Perhaps Mr. Natsumi brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? You've only been in the country for 2 days. Yeah, but you've been on a ship for months. I feel like Sholmes is under there. So I'm going to investigate elsewhere first. Books, 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 books. Why is he even giving me the ability to look over here? Alright, fine. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevice between the mountain of books on the other side. I suppose Mr. Natsumi would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done... Mustn't he have done have mustn't? Have must? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsumi's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase? 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Second-hand books? Receipt has been entered in the court record. Okay. No, I don't want to talk to you. Sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture Monsieur Lecoq. A meal for Gaborayu Canterbury Yearnings. Are those real?
I've heard of Canterbury Tales, but Canterbury is also just like a location in Britain, so. Sholmes, what do you got? Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, there he is. Where did he appear from? Seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. Sholmes, if your plan is to read every book in the room as part of collecting evidence, you're gonna be in for a rough time. Gotta tell ya. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes! Ah, you two, good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria. Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see, what happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Sogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Sogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh. Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Sholmes. I think that's a thing in Fate Grand Order as well, is that as soon as a case is over, he forgets everything about it. He only cares about information pertaining to the current case. Sherlock Holmes, that is. At least the Fate Grand Order version. I'm not sure if that's true to the actual Holmes of the books, of the original books, or other interpretations of them. This is Mr. Oh, no, 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 my dear madam. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato. I mean, you got the names right. You just try the other name way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. That you do. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short of an amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of the past involvement a little. Of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. That's not really true, but okay. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom. Imitatable wisdom, wow. You know, from the adventure titled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madame, I should only be too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Look at this armband. Mr. Naruhodo, please. Despite aspersions to the contrary, I am a professional. If I am to unleash my destructive powers on that trinket, I must ask for the sum of £3 in cash. Oh, I don't need to make any deductions about it. I was just wondering if you might know. Mr. Naruhodo, as a professional, I insist that if I am to offer my opinion on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash. I believe Mr. Sholmes has his eye on an expensive copy of the complete works of Shakespeare. Yes, to stand on the stage amid rapturous applause. It has long been a dream of mine, as you know. I literally had no idea. Alright. Alright, we'll talk to you. Alright, so the sweet chili flavor cup noodles, maybe not as spicy as what I needed, but I'm not going to eat another one. I feel a little better. Maybe, until I try to inhale through my nose. Hey, you quit auto-saving down there. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreigner student by the name of Soseki Natsumi. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. For the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsumi, yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. I assure you I have no recollection. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request to me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing from the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsumi is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties. Hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Bibliophily? Is that right? Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no. Oh dear. Mr. Gardeb and the landlord. Or the landlord. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Gardeb, the retired military man. It was the first time I'd ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution that is in the services. It was the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British Institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Yeah, I don't know what it means either. I mean, I get the idea, I just don't know what betoken means. Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower class, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired Army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am, as of yet, unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost in what he means to say. I got it. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot dwells in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's what the issue... I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Boy, they really tax you for anything, huh? Surely not a tax on windows? Precisely that. Oh my goodness! Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. Was this a real thing? That's insane. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your service in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well, then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence?
Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsumi didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there's simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Come on, dude. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Gardeb is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps this time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Gardeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Bruh. Alright. What about the person on the ground floor, though? You haven't told us about that one. Ah, you pair again. And tell me, who was the detective chap? I forget his name. Still hard at work down there. Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, what? For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bally well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Rightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We're deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gardeb is hiding something. Since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Sholmes! Ah, what's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes! Aha, we meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Well, whatever are you doing over by the window? They have a knife-throwing machine behind the behind the curtain. I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing the small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye on one's window at dusk is a prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering.
on one thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Yeah, I guess. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. I mean, there's not much to prepare. You just kind of do it. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garadeb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken down in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. That's why everything's all tilted. That's why we're in Tilted Tower right now. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well what wild beasts are not easily tamed. I said that. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present your dinner. His logic and reasoning spectacular. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Let's go. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Huh? What's he looking at? For a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant in here is revealed to be that lion statue. What? I mean, obviously that's something I have to correct, but why? How would that even make any sense? Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? There's a slap on his face. I saw that. He's been giving us the side glance this whole time. He done been slapped. He's also... I'm guessing the maid is the beast? I don't know. Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam. Me, I forgot what her voice was. I pray do not consider me unchivalrous, but it pains me with one glance in your direction. But it is plain to me, with one glance in your direction, it is. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is the handbill advertising a circus show. Ah! Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Gardeb, at Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. A rampaging Asiatic lion. What? A lion would do more damage than this crud. Now, Mr. Gardeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Always touching the slap on his cheek. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress of that loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what, we must ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that have given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. What, the pipe? The cakes? Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Sholmes, you're insane. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? You leave Marie Antoinette out of this. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Sholmes, what's wrong with you? carpet not on by the starving lion. I don't think so. Unless it was a pyroar, because those are obviously burn marks on the carpet. Unless I'm mistaken. I could be just as dumb as Sholmes. It's possible. This concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. So they reacted when he said beast, so I'm guessing there is an animal of sorts. Arrgh! What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garadeb. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could fit inside a room of this size? I mean, fit, technically yes, but... Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. Wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realm of common sense as well? Just because you see a statue of a lion doesn't mean that he bought a lion, dude. But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Gardeb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse? Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. That makes zero sense. I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever seen heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Husado, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly inappropriate taste for afternoon tea. It's a lion, dude. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. Prove how the wrong turns he took. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deduction needs. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm guessing Iris usually does this for him, maybe? It seems like he's used to having someone, like, correct his little points. Or it could be, what's the guy's name? Gregson? Yeah, could be Gregson that usually corrects his little points. Oh, let's look at some ages. 16, 52, 44, 33, 10, question mark, 46. Wow, he's younger than Strongheart. Sholmes is 34. At least I'm still younger than Sholmes. Look at him, he's handsome. He's a handsome man. And he's 34. We don't even know whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. The hero's beginning. Of Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Of course, correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Still bothers me when they've Mr. without a period after it. Apparently, I guess that's the British way, but it still bothers me. Certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Gardeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. It is not. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Gardeb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok in this room. Yeah, something of a very fierce nature. I don't know, it could be a cockatiel. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what is it then? We must follow Mr. Gardeb's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. What's directly behind it? What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Gardeb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. Can you not? Now, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably not best to delve too deeply here. Alright, well, the beast is probably his wife, who is his maid, and she dresses as a maid so they can pretend to be of middle class rather than lower class, when they're clearly lower class. It must have been when Mr. Gardeb was still in the army. He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly, and beaming with a smile all at the same time. I suppose he was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now. He's as thin as a rake. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks could hide a woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower in there. My gosh. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. Well, there's not even anything else to look at. I guess I could look at the mortar shells, but... These are shells for the cannon, are they? What a strange place to keep them. I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Gardeb from his time in the army. Oh, of course. He did mention a battle to us before, didn't he? He did mention a battle before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said he had been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him? If around that size that hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it. Mr. Gardeb, for that matter. Mr. Sholmes has a Persian slipper. This man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece? Yeah, probably. Anyway, photograph. Wait, wrong? Excuse me? Behind the lion shadow of the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see. No, I didn't jump to conclusions! What a spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Ugh. Sorry. Come on. Not close enough. Well, we do know some certainty that a destructive creature has been at work in this room. Mr. Gardeb has inadvertently looked in the direction of something that gives its identity away. Shut up. Fine, I'll take a closer look and then I'll present the bride.
Take that!
The true nature of that beast has run rampant here. Is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print picture of your wife, Mr. Gardeb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms, and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Come on, ladies in the chat. Don't you appreciate it when someone calls you a beast? No? Why not? Oh my gosh. Where is the beast counter? Always. Hey, Mega Milk. Beast counter is going nuts over here. Hold on. How many times has beast been said today? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to add like 30 beasts later. Beast mode is always! Heck yeah. Sorry, you can't beast. Only I can beast. I'll do it again for you, though. Although I could make it so anyone can beast, now that I don't actually use it. Thank you for your sacrifice. You're welcome. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly salvaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Gardeb. Yarg. Look at that big old slap mark on his face. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? But me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, yeah, she's domestically abusing her husband. I wouldn't call her fragile at all. There's no sign of a Mrs. Gardeb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Gardeb's wife could be. Where indeed? Where could it be? This wife that I can see. Can you help me guess this mystery wedding ring? Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Stop calling her a beast. Indeed it does. The flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Gardeb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Gardeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Gardeb herself. Oh my word! Wait, is the cup gonna fall on her? Oh, she's not holding a cup. I thought I saw her throw a cup in the air. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally cockabah! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was a second lieutenant of a 3rd regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Gardeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Gardeb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here, this must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife of Mr. Gardeb. So it was the wife who was gnawing on the carpet. Look, the teeth marks match. Now, Mr. Gardeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna copy pasta beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress of this loss has caused you as veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being relieved by the... Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Gardeb's wife a beast. Alright, I'm not counting beasts anymore. But I will make it public use. Hold on here. Alright. Commands, that's what I want. Alright, now everyone can command Beast. Yeah, there it goes. Yes, as a woman that feels rather uncomfortable. How come? Why not? Yo, nice emote. But Mrs. Gardeb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true! So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then? According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gardeb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose really signify? SMH, you're not a real woman until you accept the beast as a title. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna deny her the beast title, because look at this cheek of his over here. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by somebody's hand. I like how they're just standing there and letting us, like, look at them like this. And talk about it. It's just a birthmark.
No, domestic violence is fine as long as women are the culprits, right? Society, hashtag society. Yes, Mr. Gardeb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. Never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. Though honestly, her repeatedly pouring scalding hot tea into his lap is honestly worse than the slap. That's not okay. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. No, not that kind. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade was you, Madame Joan Garadeb. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ugh. I made my hair into a moon so that people would think I looked really cool from the side, so they wouldn't question why I never looked directly at them. How in the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. Finally, some good jiggle physics on her cheeks. Yeah. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Man kind of looks like the Pepsi Moon guy. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I agree with that. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Gardeb to fly into a rage. What, was he cheating? It's the silhouette? Yeah. Silhouette's pretty strong. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. It's not a rage, it's non-say-so activities. No, I don't know about that. Did Mr. Sholmes say the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Gardeb's wife. It's not even wrong. It's not even wrong. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well... She's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. What's book? He was cheating. There's a kissy mark on the bookmark. Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, too. Mr. Gardeb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. I mean, you can't tell it was a woman just by the handwriting. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks. Made with lipstick! Oh, what a passionate romantic gesture. Okay, so he wasn't cheating necessarily, but she was jealous that a woman was sent a love letter to him. Or at least that's how she interpreted it. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then, Well, I mean, I don't know the implications of this, but present. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here? Oh, she did it again!
But I don't know the Bolly woman.
You don't know her.
That note wasn't written to me. It's just in the book. I don't know how it got there.
Bolly. Yeah, what does Bolly mean? I haven't looked that up, and they've been saying it a lot. Used instead of a rude word such as bloody to express anger with something or someone. A Bolly stupid idea. Alright, well, I guess I could have figured that much out.
It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there.
It was just in there, you say.
That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ow! Is everyone just gonna let this happen to me?
Unlikely story. Bloody Bolly, a British minced oath meaning bloody, busking, carny slang, short for bally who? Oh. That's the name of a character in Mario Party. Referring to the act of gathering a crowd to pitch to. Huh. That's interesting.
A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and the note must already have been in there. So the previous
Owner of this book was using notes as a bookmark, you mean? Yo, infinite teacup until I go past this, and then it's gonna fill over.
That's right, that's what I've been saying. Ah!
A likely story.
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John!
A likely story. But you don't know his name?
Are you questioning my name now?
And there we have it. Arouse the suspicion of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious spice. Yo, let's get some command beast going in chat. Go, go, go. Bro, just fire the maid. But it's his wife. Nice.
Ugh.
Now, in a fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath, which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Are you still gonna say the cakes are responsible? Did I set her, upgrade her to only wife? But they're doing the maid thing as a status. I don't know if you were here, but they were talking about how, in London at the time, if you have at least one maid, then you're middle class. And if you have multiple maids, then you're upper class. So if you have no maids, you're lower class. And he's obviously very prideful. So she's just pretending to be a maid so they can pretend that they're wealthy. So it's not the maid part that she's failing at, it's the wife part. Then he has to be a butler. True. They should take turns. That would be fair. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such destructive outburst? Ah. This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Gender equality, that's right. That is correct. But surely Mrs. Gardeb didn't eat the carpet? No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt. But the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholm's deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mr. Gardep's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes! Circus handbill? Candelabra? What is up with the carpet, though? The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. It looks like there's a burn mark underneath it, though. Like, I'm not imagining that, right? Yes, and according to Mr. Sholm's deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth. Exactly! That's so BS, Sholmes. Oh, look there! What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see the scorch marks. Oh, there's a candle on the ground. Oh yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Eaten by fire? What many would call burned? Let's rethink this with that in mind. Candle. Candlestick. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Oh, they mean the red part of the base. I see. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I did notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is the one candle or the three missing from its holder? Okay, do I present the carpet or the candlestick? I'm guessing the candlestick because, like, this is apparently where she's looking. I'm kind of curious about the circus handbill, though. This is an advertising handbill for the circus. Batty's Circus. It's in a nearby park. Who wants to bet that we're going to the circus for Case 5? Dimes to donuts. We'll be seeing that circus. It is the Ace Attorney way. Isn't this the same one we saw earlier? The one that was folded up in Miss Gardeb's pocket? Perhaps they're very great circus lovers? It couldn't be that the Hungry Lion is somehow involved again here, could it? Oh dear, I do hope not. That would be silly. Anyways, the candelabra.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks. It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Gardeb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room with the force of her strike. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room was in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a Oh, this is Sholmes. For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. Yo, can we get another command beast in the chat? And in this room, a ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here.
After the sparks of marital discord flew, the room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir, I salute you. Oh, that's nice. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Solved it. Deduction complete. Claps. Thank you. I am so smart and talented. In these dashed long winter nights, you know, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. Did they have second-hand bookstores back then? I guess so. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. I wouldn't call that illicit. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And Beast is most certainly up there. Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell to the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. The old stick. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind the screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Garda? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Bookshelf. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. I mean, it looks like just a couple of the covers got burnt. They look mostly fine. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. You see, in any successful marriage, you have to have this thing called benefit of the doubt. And it is the opposite of assuming the worst in someone when you find something that seems suspicious. And then trying to exact revenge on them. Yeah. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride, ah yes. Your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deduction turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. What? I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle. Full fettle? Fettle. We Googling that one, baby. Condition?
Fettle.
The aircraft remains in fine fettle, so I guess full fettle works? This is a Britishism. Out of interest, what time of day was that? I'm not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. Boy, right at the time of the murder. That's crazy. The attempted murder.
So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying...
Did she throw a knife out the window? Did she threw a knife at her husband and it went out the window and hit a random lady on the street? Joan, you got some splaining to do.
As a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty would have been... Oh, wow, that yawn overtook me. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really?
Well, this has not been useful. Stop slapping your cheek.
Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you?
Well, I've been thinking we've got to the bottom of Mr. Gardeb's situation now. What does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
Nothing. Unless she threw a knife out the window. I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that, although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether the secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I mean, we proved there weren't more witnesses, I guess. I just knew you were going to say that. No, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories. Those relevant to the case and those not.
That makes no sense to me.
Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will be over. Soon be over.
Oh no, is it that time already? If we're here to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garadeb.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Sozeki-san will be waiting for us. I'm going to have to give him an answer.
Oh, we're gonna get interrupted on the way. Because they're not there anymore, we can actually investigate the crime scene.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a car. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Gardeb's house.
What? You did it. You did it. You did it. You did it. You did it.
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers.
Who are you calling it, old man, you rum-looking nibbity-bibbity?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamt of in your philosophy.
Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about?
Is he quoting Shakespeare? Excuse me.
What the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
A lawyer? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Tisk. Fine, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet. For a second, I thought he just did a inappropriate movement. A British inappropriate movement, at least. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? He did it. You did it. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Gardeb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Gardeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Oh yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words now there could be. Nor could there be. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. Oh, are you guys really debating who would win in a fight between Hamlet and Macbeth? Boy, nerds have always been around, huh? I see. Not that I'm one to talk. Because I'll tell you that Sonic would beat Mario in a fight. He absolutely would. He would demolish him. What could Mario even do? Sonic's too fast. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentlemen, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. I think he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Gardeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Oh, I see. I'm not going to get to investigate the crime scene. I already forgot what this guy's voice was. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. Sir, your gums. Your gums, sir. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nepalese! Now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Oh, it's Sholmes. I thought it was Von Zeeks. It is thorough friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. It is through. Such is my belief, at least. Oh, yes, it's you. The miserable rotten spy, Hairlock Sholmes. He posed at it. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you for your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me not a penny. Ugh, how dare you, Herlock Sholmes! I don't know what this guy's voice is anymore. Ugh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned! Does that count as a swear word? What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean? And there's much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed, for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. It's really agitating him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? The trial hasn't started yet, dude. Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. Wow. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. What? Ah, I'm impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that, having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself? Oh no, he couldn't have, surely? Maybe it's just some Final Destination stuff. You know. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is, then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What do you mean? What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zieks is a quite exceptional man, however, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. Soseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. Yeah, common sense, sure. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such unhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly it is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Ziek cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. To disappear, but how? Ah, by all manners of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. The Thames? Is that a river that goes through London? Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no, 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 no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. That's crazy. Ah, I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for doomed. Bruh, it's okay. I'll defend you. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Gardeb's house, I assume? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Prior Road a week ago. Now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap, I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed, oops." He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed, then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. In my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded as a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all? To believe. Yes, to believe. You gotta believe! Let's go. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you?
It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall.
The Buria, the Buria. Ah, that case, the one with the snakes?
The snake didn't do anything, though. Well, yes. At the time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate.
I did I? Interesting.
What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me?
I see, yes. You mean...
Because you were in a grimly dressed, shady Eastern... Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in the locked room? Well, if you'd like, yes.
I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow.
It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood, and neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. I thought you were gonna say something a lot more poignant there, like the facts or the evidence. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, yes, he's right. He's right. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You're so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over, and the guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there never is enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume? If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? I want to believe in the defendant, justice, or the truth. What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that was Susanna. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. My instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Yeah. I think we established that. Shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Sozeki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Alright, so clearly we're not going to finish this case today. Unless I want to be up till 5 in the morning playing it. Which I don't want. However, I think I can go... I'll go until the next save point after this one. That said, I'm going to BRB real quick. And then we will resume. It'll only be a minute or so. Fair, nots. At least someone's listening. Alright, BRB. Wow, great timing again. Really putting good use to that extra fiber in my diet. I didn't say that. Let's go. I should have played a commercial during that. Oh, I always forget to do that. Usually when I BRB, I'm in a rush to get there, you know what I'm saying? No, don't listen to me. 20th February, 9:23 a.m. You. 9:23 a.m. I have to stay up so late to hit that time. The Old Bailey, defendants ante chamber. Well, I never expected this. Who thought we'd be back here again so soon? Oh god, there's gonna be 5 new jurors, aren't there? And I have to give 5 new, slightly distinct voices. I also grabbed some Cheez-Its to snackle on. Nom nom. We are on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may as well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Yeah, typically you would, like, sit in on several cases and just watch. Not be the lead defense attorney. The only defense attorney. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Oh. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately to not wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I am too terrified to tremble. It looks like you're trembling to me. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can do this. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? That's my name. Don't wear it out. I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera, and there were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes. Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Maybe, okay, so maybe it was a series of crazy coincidences that got all the people killed before, and so he quit, or like he felt like he was cursed, so he quit, but then he was like, no, that's unreasonable, that can't possibly be reality. So he came back to do it again. But now that McGilded died, he's like, what?
okay, one more freak coincidence. Also, he was guilty. I'm going to prosecute someone who probably didn't do it. And it'll be fine. Maybe that's what Van Zieks is thinking. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zieks' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. So Van Zieks in this trial is trying to prove that the client will not necessarily die, or not the client, the defendant. It's our client, but the trial of Magnus McGilded, what a harrowing experience that was. I should have refilled my water while I was up. Ah! Alright, Cheez-Its might have been a mistake. Mistakes might have been made with the Cheez-Its. I believe that... Wow, yep. Mistakes. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have... I realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why the Reaper is back in the Baileys so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all suspecting various answers. Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Yeah, he only took on, like, crazy big cases before, and he would, like, essentially prove their guilt, even if not everyone believed it, and other people would take it upon themselves to see to their demise, which is probably what happened to McGilded. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Wait, no, that's not Susato, it's just like, well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatantly similarity with the trial of the 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you! Me? I suppose that's true. Both times it's you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. Speak for yourself. I'm BFFs with no, never mind. I'm not. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! Hey, man. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. The gears are turning. 20th of February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Don't talk like that. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Ad hominem! Ad hominem, get him out of here. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at a previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Already with the wine, huh? Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. Dude, you're not making yourself look very innocent. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? What? 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 You gonna have a witness from 2 days ago be on jury duty? Yeah, so impartial. You ever know what when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Oh, she's new. Oh, she's cute, actually. Well, I must warn you. I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. Just a guy who loves adventure. I'm a peace-loving fellow, the hedgehog. Okay, what happened to getting jurors who are not related to the case? Excuse me? I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that Mustache Fauna did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Oh, goody. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land. A certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Yeah, it's almost like there's no motive, huh? A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at the sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Oh, he is going to be our savior. We're gonna spend so long with 5 guilties and 1 undecided just because he doesn't have any idea what's happening. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. You led with that in your opening statement. No one aggravated you to that. You did it yourself. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Holmes? Sholmes? No, Gregson. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Olive oil? I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So you don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walked down the street. "32. Why, he looks way older than 32. In the case, was found a knife in her back. Luckily, the wound didn't prove fatal, but the woman remains unconscious in her hospital bed. Yeah, this case, this case definitely going to take another investigation day, I'm pretty sure, because she's going to wake up or something. It has not been long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and was stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing's starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged looking Sozaki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife. I would say rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Jackknife has been entered in the court record. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Okay. I already looked at that. The file containing overview of the case, details about the victim. She's found with a knife in her back, is currently in a hospital. To regain consciousness. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Do they not have IDs back then? I guess not. Location, pavement, and Briar Road. Reporting officer, Raleigh Beat. Additional notes, the victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from the personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Alright, nothing really new out of that. Alright, that's important. The tip is cut. The tip broke off. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the plate appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Susato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear. I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Oh. Why would I need to do that, though? Okay. Large but commonplace folding knife was found lodged in the victim's back. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I don't know what his voice is anymore. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visited second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsumi, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
He's testifying. Stop interrupting. If theft and grievance have been rolled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsumi possibly have for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
What? Sir! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Sir! But your words have soured its hollowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. I thought that was fog, but it's snow. Weird that the area that she's in is, like, clear of snow. I wonder if that'll come into play. Oh yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Crime scene photograph has been entered in the court record. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Dude! Stop!
It's always about race with you. Large knife can be seen thrust in the victim's back. And that is surely the same knife. Weird. Huh. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsumi has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what happened. What had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat as she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
Humph. A green overcoat?
Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. Microphone. There we go. Nope. There we go. Okay. It's about that time, folks. We hit that 5-hour mark. The microphone's gonna start bugging out on me, and I gotta change it every half hour or so. It's okay. At least the bots are gone. We just had that one incident earlier. Or 2 incidents earlier. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. It's always our only chance. Mr. Natsumi's arrest. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, an incident occurred, and there was unusually light fog.
Hold it!
What do you mean, unusually light? A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
Just how quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you could appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Susato-san, I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. Was that a reference?
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Oh, yeah? How are you able to state that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witness to this crime have staff told us. Witnesses. Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
This still gets me every time. Then we must hear their testimony.
Prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary.
But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen.
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights.
Ah!
Prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Sure. Whatever you say, London people. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. Oops.
Hold it!
From behind, you say?
That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. You say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less? I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come round before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky.
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by the disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. Accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings?
I think you'll find it all there.
Oh gosh, I'm so yawny today, I'm sorry.
I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books, they were irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? It's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with the books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before he even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust his knife into the woman's back? That must have been what happened, my lord, yes.
Those being another old books he just bought, he was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. Okay, so... it won't give me a cursor right now. So the bottom of that block is where the murder happened, and the bottom right of the block to the left is where the house is that we were in. The accused house. Accused's house. Defendant's house. Little place in the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. Oh, okay, it's gonna explain that anyway. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other end of Briar Road, at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Local maps information has been updated in the court record. Yes, I concur with your conclusions, Inspector. Defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that's what the inspector just told us. It turned out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point the inspector just made being the bookshop's location. The crucial detail in what you've just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookshop.
I couldn't agree more.
So, where is it exactly?
Eh? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. I got the map out and everything. Use red bloomin' ink. That you're the blokes route home for you. And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel.
Oh, yes, yes, of course. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in.
Happens. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend.
No, not yet. The trial's only just begun, after all. With many more blunders to come. Mr. Naruhodo, I strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, miss. At once, miss. Sorry, I made a mistake, miss.
Inspector, continue with your testimony, please.
I'm gonna press everything first.
It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Hold it!
You asked for the help of the famous detective Herlock Sholmes to locate the defendant, I believe.
Stuff and nonsense.
Sorry?
That jack in office, that busybody, just comes and sticks his oar in wherever, whether we ask him to or not.
But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives.
Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. I tell them time and again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your bloomin' instructions.
I see. Get your fish and chips out of court, sir.
If the meddler gets his hand on any details, we'll all be reading it in Rant's magazine next month. And you can bet your last farthing that it'll be the case here too. They're too stripping of all the hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes, aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the Yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him? Ah!
It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words.
Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point is, that little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he'd bought that day.
But why would he admit that if he had done it? So what do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Alright. So... we got the map updated. That's that. That's where the murder was, and that was the book place. Okay. 5 o'clock afternoon, incident occurred. There was unusually light fog. Visibility reasonably good. There was no one else around but the victim and the accused. Except for the witnesses, like... the blue victim stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. Wait, stabbed from behind. If... can we see the road in this? No, we can't. We can only see sidewalk. We have no idea what the orientation of this shot is. Okay. Subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Must be in a number of old books he just bought. He's on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It's just a matter of working out who the books belong to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Okay, boy, am I already just... Alright. So let's think about this. Alright. Book. How do we know that they were used books, though? Alright. Broken knife tip. Don't really know where I could present that, though. Case file. Pavement Road Briar. East side. Okay. Alright, I need to think about that. Probably beat. Early 20s. Victim remains unconscious. Name was gleaned from personal effects. Other details unknown. Rough from a single stab wound with a large knife. No other signs of injury observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was succinctly arrested the following day. Okay, but there's like there's an alley right there. What do you mean? What do you mean no one else was seen? Also, was the murder in the road or on the sidewalk? Collapsed on the pavement. Hang on, I'm gonna press this again. See if I can pick one of the different answers to the question. Because they were so, like, what? We just told you. Most important information the inspector just made being bookshop stock? I often think, Inspector, that what really makes for a good bookshop is the quality of the books that they stock. Maybe not. Yes, I think I'd agree with that. For example, you go to a shop and buy a serialized set of novels. But when you return home, you find, to your horror, that the third volume is missing. Doesn't bad thinking about, just sort of thing really gets my goat. Exactly, that is the point I'm trying to make. What? Well, now that you two have found common ground in that fascinating scenario, perhaps we might continue with the cross-examination if you quite finished my learned Nipponese friend. Yes! Wait, what just happened? What just happened, Mr. Naruhodo? Was that you allowed yourself to be sidetracked. I strongly advise you look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, miss it. Ah, gosh dang it. No, I'm gonna try it again though. I'm gonna try the last option since I didn't lose any health for doing that.
Hold it!
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not sure what we could possibly glean from the third option, but you know, sometimes you just gotta explore all avenues. I heard that. I heard that audio glitching. Don't worry, I fixed it real quick alike. The bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes! It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. Me neither, but we'll see. Please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Sardonic? Hello? Sardonic the Hedgehog?
Sardonic.
Grimly mocking or cynical? Oh, I like it. Mama, when I grow up, I want to be sardonic. He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. Alright, let's press that. So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it? That's right. That's the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings. And to get from there back to his room, he would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place. If I could just confirm one point, can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, Inspector? Well, thing is, shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. So we, haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited his shop on the day in question or not. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. What? According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been. We have a receipt! We have a receipt to a different bookstore. I just was assuming it was the same bookstore. Secondhand book receipt from your books. Oh my god. Boy, I just bypassed it. I was just like, I was just looking through here and I'm like, couldn't be that. Anyway. Of course he doesn't. Well, clearly has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking about town. He claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing and rarely notices the name. I should say the man ought to learn to look where he's going, at the very least. So, it's just as I thought then. Something the matter? Inspector, you may continue with your testimony. Sir, I would like to present the second-hand book receipt.
Objection!
Objection! If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. Gosh, I'm gonna refill my water real quick. Dying squirrel. Peekaboo. Did I surprise you? You look pretty surprised, chat. I don't know. I don't know about you trying to convince me that you weren't surprised. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 secondhand books.
And you found that in the accused room. Accused.
I can't say that word. Accused
room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your books? Y-O-R-E, I presume?
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Eh, what? Inspector, did you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Whenever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. The defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books. Then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if you take into account that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Could that be true?
And my, it rather depends on whether the other bookshop... where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. She's so cute. Why is she so cute? Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely, it absolutely could be right. It absolutely may or may not be correct.
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street, going east.
So they're both equally viable routes. And there you have it. You can clearly see now. Oh. Get your wine out of here. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Thank you, Vancy. Wait a minute. Grr, you put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you.
I did think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. The accused was coming from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. No. The other route is equally viable. Why? Why would that have to be the same route, though? Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Ugh. Allow me to reiterate, my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. What? Stop! Whenever the man purchases his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
As I suspected, you can't fool me. I don't suggest you try. What did I say? I've got enough of this now. Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? The prosecution's assertion is correct. Members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. The claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on the way home from your books, but not necessarily. What the heck? The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. My lord. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing through the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
But we know that they were near the victim, though. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what's commonly referred to as the long way round. Not really? Not really. I mean, it's very slightly longer. Okay, the actual distance. You know, I'm not gonna pull out a compass and start telling you about the actual length of those routes. Just it is technically longer, yes, but only barely. Ah. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take the longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator in this crime. Actually, I can think of a reason. If he's standing right here, if he's standing on this corner and he looks left and it looks crowded over here, and to the right looks less crowded and he knows both routes go back home, yeah, that's worth enduring a little cold to have a less crowded area to walk through. Checkmate, atheists. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Then how can you claim that he definitely took the shorter route? That makes no sense. Wrong button. I don't believe this! Oh, you're being dramatic. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... All 6 of them? I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Hey, what the heck? Stop. I'm gonna do that thing, whatever it's called. It would appear the jury is leaning as unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry not yet willing to give up and die. Aw, that was a cute animation of him slipping the armband up. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative. The R, first R is silent. Prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Huh? What was that sentence? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You'll each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Man, I thought the old guy who couldn't hear would be our saving grace. The jurors' contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? That's not a argument. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Great jury duty, man. Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. What kind of closing arguments are those? What kind of reasoning is that? Excuse me? With only minor exceptions, the reasoning for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. Boy, we're back on that, huh? And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. That's not the right voice. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why do you have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. Quit your belly aching. If you want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. We have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them, at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. Force forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. That's a good animation. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Cross-examination. The defense's rebuttal. Ready to say that little Nipponese already admitted himself, didn't he? Okay. He said the woman in green collapsed before his eyes? Why, it can only have been the victim. That man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Wait, from behind? Collapsed before his eyes. Admitted it himself. Collapsed before his eyes. Man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Poor man was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. We don't care, can we just wrap this up? I got work to be doing. Your books, yes, nice shop that, but bourbon books not worth a visit. What am I supposed to glean from these? Okay. So this man is just on about... Wait, these last two are worthless. Bourbon books not worth a visit. Oh, I can press all of them. I forgot that was a thing. Go back to the beginning. We're pressing. Excuse me, but... Aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the sight of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. Down under? In Australia? It was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think that I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young haddock pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. And there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
Hold it!
You're a woman in green. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. But quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Don't you shiver at me. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Vehemently. Ah, wow. Words mouth hard. Ferret can't do. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. Man obviously is a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. Wow, I thought I liked you, lady, but you're mean. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? Oh, and racist. Cool. I could tell you what's going through my fun. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Ugh. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really? Couldn't be more simple. I don't know, there was someone throwing stuff at windows. You ever thought of that? Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her.
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And yet, as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes, why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know? I didn't just make up my mind on a whim like he did. Or that he did. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home to avoid bourbon books, maybe. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. Okay, well, we're gonna press them all anyway. Whatever's the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Gardev, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room? The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand? She's keeping up that charade. This is going to be awkward. I don't know why I said charade. I don't say it like that. I say charade. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean? Well, it's not to mention it. I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. In that time, surely he must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just the sort. Naruhodo, you knew this was coming. What? Spending all his time in that dark, dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks. Don't get me started on those shifty eyes. While the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... bookworm isn't an insult. Anyway, you better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. Alright, you, sir, you are a terrible juror. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so's my family's. Like you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do my wife and kids. You don't get paid for jury duty? You do in Freedom Land. In modern times. Although it might be less money than you make otherwise. I got called in for jury duty once, but I didn't actually get selected for the jury. Because I have biases against alcohol use, and that's kind of what the trial is about. But I still got paid for, like, the initial hearing. It's just like the hour or two before I got voted off the jury.
Not voted off. I think the defense attorney like got to pick who was on the jury, because that's fair, I guess. I don't know. Or no, I think the prosecution got to pick like 3 people that don't get to be on, and then the defense got to pick people that don't get to be on. So like they both nix people that were hashtag problematic for them. And I was hashtag problematic for them, so I was out of there. But I still got paid for the time I was there, is the moral of the story. If I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. Got to go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late, the work's taken. It's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get roads dug up to fix it. And it's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So, you were out digging up roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street. Meerschaum Street was under construction, so you wouldn't want to walk that way? Wow, I thought this guy wouldn't give me any information. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Just fine, I'll do it then. The day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. I'm gonna repress it, even though I'm pretty sure I know what to do. Yeah. So, if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day? That's right. Like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of year fellows like me can actually make a bob. And I'm missing out today. And when you say from dawn till dusk... Well, the work has to be completed within the day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. Wonder if I could trouble you, sir. To mark on the street map the exact location of the works you were carrying out? Give it here, then. Let's have a look. Right, let's see, then. There we are. Meerschaum Street, yes. It was just here, like. It was a tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. And what sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning, and we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. That means the roadwork was still going on when Miss Green was attacked at around 5 o'clock. Roadwork on Meerschaum Street, huh? Alright, I'm gonna press this even though I'm pretty sure it's useless to me. Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. As in stop. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. He's short and stout and wearing green, oh my god. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. Are you kidding? What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get from home from your books. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Just bonked my head a bit. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irreverence of what some of them are saying that sends shivers down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly! Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again carefully. If any of their assertions are at odds, pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Put them all against each other. Should I press number 6 again? Skipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road. Knocked myself clean out, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna press it. Even though we're over 6 hours. No, the YouTube VOD's ruined. I can't remove the loading screen. Although I haven't really been doing that lately anyway. I've been kind of bare minimum as of late. Can I? Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Secret between you and me, chat. I've been so demotivated lately. God, I just don't want to put any effort into streams. What's the point? So, my schedules have gotten lazier. I don't clip myself anymore. I do very little aftercare for the actual VODs. Yeah, that's how it's been. I've actually been thinking about just skipping some streams and not telling anyone. See what happens. I haven't done it, but I've been thinking about it. Alright, secret's over. Don't tell anyone, chat. That's our secret. And that was around 5 o'clock, you say? The same time as the victim was attacked. I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed. Clips. No, Mega Milk! I thought you left. Don't clip that, please, actually. But my dinner's on the table at the same time every day. And for the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall? You've been vibing. Oh, that's fair. I don't know. I have been eyeballing the view counter out of the corner of my eye. I saw it chunk down, so I assume you're one of the victims of the number going down. You only heard half of it? Good. You don't need to hear all of it. And for the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall? We need to talk about it. DMs? Oh, don't. I know. I only said that because I thought no one was actually listening. I don't want to bother anyone with it. But thanks for the offer. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Goodness, that was eons ago now. Is that how you spell eons? What? I'm not sure I can remember. It was 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory, please. It's a valid thought, if you say so. Well, let me see. It was especially slippery around that. Just know you aren't alone, friend. Aw, thank you. Appreciate it. It was especially slippery about... I guess I remember now. It was just on the corner here. What happened to you then? Were you alright? Like, I'd be worried about people watching this back in the VOD, but, you know, I've been keeping an eye on my view count on the YouTube VODs as of late. I don't think anyone watches my YouTube VODs. Most of them, at least. They sit at no views until I click on it and click like once, then it sits at 1 view. Sometimes I get a 3 views. Oh. Of course, I could dive deep into analytics and like see, you know, exact time elapse spent watching, but I don't want to do that because that's where the demotivation comes from, is confirming that no one watches. If it's just in theory, then it can't make me feel as bad. No, I sound so depressed. I'm not. I'm just... Ugh. Numbers make the brain go sad. True. Or lack thereof. Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see. So there was no one around when I fell. No one around when I knocked myself out. How do you know that? No one around when I came to again, and no one around when I sneezed. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice, warm house where my grandchildren were waiting for me. A sad and lonely picture you paint, sir. You are fortunate not to have frozen to death. Yeah, actually. Yes, how lucky that he wasn't more seriously injured. True. Sounds like it was very nearly another hospital admission, or worse. Boy, I bonked my head on the ice once. Or twice, or thrice. I remember one, I was in another town visiting my friend. Well, actually, I was visiting the college, but my friend, like, lived nearby. And I was, like, walking down his steps, and he just had, like, big mounds of ice on the steps down to his house. And I just slipped and I just smacked my head on the pavement. Oh my goodness. I was dizzy for a minute. And I don't think he didn't even see it. I just like stood there and gathered myself for like a good minute before I was like, alright, well, guess I'll knock on his door now and tell him that he really needs to wedge the ice off of his steps, because that's hazardous. I guess he doesn't enter from the front. Or he doesn't live there anymore. But he enters from the back because that's where he parks his car. So, like, it's probably not something he really thought about. I don't know how many visitors he gets, but, you know, it's hazardous to the mailman at least. But yeah, big ouchies from that. And I've probably slipped and fallen. Actually, you know, my mom broke her arm a couple years ago just from slipping on ice. Like, it was really awkward timing, too, because my car was in the repair shop, and I needed her to pick me up, because I was in another town for college at the time, and I needed her to pick me up to go pick up my car, and she's like, sorry, Cheese, I can't pick you up this weekend because I broke my arm. And I was like, what? What are you doing? Stop breaking your arm, Mom. Be careful on the ice. I'm not one to talk, though. But yeah, it's dangerous where I live. Be careful of the ice. Wear cleats, for goodness sake. I mean, I don't wear cleats, but... Replace arm with robot arm. Just like Snake. It all comes together. Yeah, that's probably the biggest suspension of full belief. Sorry, I read your comment to full circle. That's the biggest suspension of disbelief in Metal Gear Solid 5, is they have that incredible technology to give them a fully functional robot arm in the 1980s. Excuse me, what? No, you don't have that technology. I don't care who you are. Anyway, I'm done being distracted now. True, it sounds like it was very nearly another hospital admission, or worse. But yes, we came full circle. Indeed. Ah yes, one more thing. Were you wearing that same green overcoat on the day in question? Oh, see, Naruhodo gets it. He knows what I'm getting at. Absolutely, it's the only coat I have. It took until morning to dry out properly. Good job, too. I'd have nothing to wear here. I mean, there
with secret tech from special ops and stuff. Still have a hard time buying it. Metal Gear Solid 5. I mean, I don't know how that's the biggest suspension of disbelief. Psycho Mantis is in that game. So, and Mr. Fire Guy, whatever he's called. So, that's obviously crazy science fiction stuff. / fantasy going on. Like, the CIA had some cool stuff for the space race. Yeah, but I don't think they have fully functional robot arms. At least not that look that cool. It took until this morning to dry out properly. Good job, too. Alright, I have nothing to wear here. Who's to say? Yeah, I guess. You can't really know, can you? Darn government secrets, rising flashing, top secret technology, not letting the public use it for medical purposes, rising flashing. So count your blessings, I say. Ho ho ho. I suppose we should. This gentleman certainly had a close shave there. Oh, shush, Susato. I already know what I gotta do. At least the first one. I'm not sure about the second one. Sir, I would like to put your statement that there is no reason to go the other way with the fact that that street could not have been crossed. It was blocked off to pedestrians. Go, go, go. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another.
At odds, Counsel? Explain yourself.
Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Not my hat, please.
What? I just want to get this done and dusted.
What is that pose, sir? Jojo? Is that you? Jojo? Well, juror number 3? Oh, Misa? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. And the fact that the police did not catch this in their investigation, bad on them. They should have known this was a thing. On the day in question, Mr. Natsumi visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So the only conclusion is this. Defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the store on the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may.
Yes?
I don't think on all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Speaking of suspension and disbelief, I still can't believe this whole fire flying through the air thing that they have going on. What about you, sir?
Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only... we could just identify one or more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring his trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal.
Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please.
Yes, my lord. I should say not guilty at this point so I can see where this trial goes from here. They would make me press them changing their stance, whether it's digging up rose or digging up the truth. Gotta see it through to the end. Haven't you? Okay. I slipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road. Knocked myself clean out, you know? And what is this girl saying? He said that woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Well, I can only have been the victim. Yeah.
Objection!
Fight, fight, fight! Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel?
Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. Whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. The same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6.
Wait, we got really lucky who happened to be called for jury duty, huh?
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man was a somewhat familiar build to the victim.
Well, look at that.
My goodness me! Hold on, I'm gonna try a new old man voice. Because I was watching a stream lately where someone taught someone else how to do an old man voice, so let's see if I could do it.
Sorry, you need a pee?
And crucially, you know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person whom Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not on his way home. I also just thought of a different contradiction that I'm surprised has not been brought up, actually. If the stabbing happened here, and he ran straight home, and there was a witness who saw it happen, would the witness not have seen him run straight over here and go inside, and they would not have need Sholm's help to figure out where he was? Is that not the case? Anyway, completely different point. The crime scene on Briar Road, where this woman was stabbed, was not on his way home. Oh my! It makes sense.
You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking with such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip on the ice? Yes. Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? It is a nice coat. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I do declare. What are you, a Southern Belle? Actually, you might be a Southern Belle, now that I look at you. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? It is a crime to change your mind. Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Boy, these meek old people, they get so angry. Yeah, we did it. Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. A rather large... Blech. The eyes 2, the nose 4. Is that how you spell nose? Oh, nose! So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Oh, what? Sir, you must have very thick gloves to not cut your hands when you do that. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Churlish? Churlish.
Churlish.
Rude in a mean-spirited way. Mean-spirited and surly way. Lock Van up, boys. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Yeah, I would say it's extremely rude, actually. What's wrong with you? Lord Van Zeeks! It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Stop your chicanery. Eh? Whatever do you mean? She's a Southern Belle now. Deal with it.
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of pavement which you had excavated, sir? That's right. Took me a whole day and they paid me measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Was it 2 square yards or like 2 yards but like the whole street across or something? Well, if I'm honest, I have no clue. No. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. I mean, you're not going to long jump over it easily. In other words, the distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. No! Excuse me? I mean... Okay. Maybe I could, if I set my mind to it. But A, I wouldn't. Because why would you do that? And B, do you think this guy can do that? I don't. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? You're gonna long jump over construction work while there's ice on the ground. Just to have a route home that's like, what, 10 feet shorter? What is this logic? Van Zeeks, you're supposed to be smarter than this. Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have a hope of passing by anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Really? Ah! Is that true? Is it? Incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And old man. Cold man, you can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock in the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say I remember. Why would you know that? Most people don't constantly look behind themselves when they're walking down the street. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say that this old man at... You say it was the old man that the accused saw? But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Look, even if someone was behind him, he wouldn't remember. Because, hey chat, you ever been knocked unconscious? You ever pass out? You don't remember what happens. You do not remember the like, at least half minute leading up to you being knocked out. Okay? You don't. It's a tiny sleep. No, you don't remember. You don't remember. Okay? I've passed out. And I woke up and I was like, what? What? It's like a forced sleep. Nah. Nah. No. You do not remember. Especially if it's due to head trauma that knocked you out. No. You do not remember. Those short-term memories do not become long-term memories. Like when your parents would pick you up off the couch and tuck you in. You stop. No, it's unpleasant. It is not nappy. Punk, no, remember, only nappy. Order. Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord. If you had such trenchant arguments up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it up during the summation examinations? Because he's not allowed to. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Well, yeah, it's almost like they shouldn't be able to offer their judgment mid-trial. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. Prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yeah, we've been trying to get them to come out like the whole time. Yes, I remember.
One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that it's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as this witness, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Save. Oh, no. What? Oh my gosh, she's cute. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Oh my god, look at her. She's a little ragamuffin. She's got a little patch bow. Oh my gosh. She might be the killer, but oh my goodness. Also, what a dopey police officer. Constable Rolly Bates, nothing to report on the streets, Oh god. I've seen your type before. What's his name? Meekins. You're the new Mike Meekins, aren't you? And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm so proud to say that I'm this young town hero's wife. Well, you know, if you ever get... Never mind. Stop, cheese. Don't be taken in. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, honeymoon phase, period. I get it. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Oh, so not quite that honeymoon period. I'm gonna look at the court record to find out how old you are. 23, 21. Wish I was married at 21. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Yeah, they were talking about that earlier. Makes sense that it would come back up. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed. Apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know? They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the street, check that the meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our street lamps. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. Gosh. After my stream earlier today, when I was quizzing my mom on Hololive, she felt compelled to nag me, because she's my mom, and that's how moms are. And she was like, you stream so long, Cheese. Are you getting enough exercise? And I was like, I'm sure I get more exercise than you do, Mom. And she's like, I don't know. I walk like 3 miles a day at work. My pedometer says so. And I'm like, okay. I'm still positive my job is more labor intensive than yours is. But okay. Come on. Walking 3 miles in a day for your job is not a crazy number. Stream Ring Fit profit. You know, I've been thinking about it. Every time I see Ring Fit at the store, I think about buying it. It's just never on sale. Why isn't it ever on sale? Maybe on Black Friday it'll be on sale. Then I can buy it. It's $80 because that's a dumb accessory. But yeah, I do wanna stream Ring Fit sometime. It's really fun. Yeah, I want to. The problem is, like, you do it for a stream or two, or maybe 3, but then you're like, okay, that's enough. I can stream other things now. Also, you know, Ring Fit's, it's more of like, that's like a, what do I want to say? That's like a benchmark stream, you know? You don't just do that as a random stream. You do that at like your 200 followers or 500 followers or 1,000 followers. You do that to celebrate something. Like, you guys have been waiting for it. Here it comes. Here's the Ring Fit stream. You know? You do it to reward viewers? Because I don't know that it's a stream that would necessarily, like, entice new viewers. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Although, I mean, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles isn't exactly a stream that entices new viewers now, is it, Cheese? But still. I don't know. I'll stream Ring Fit someday, I promise. People like to see people suffer. This is true. But I feel like they want to see people that they already know suffer. Excuse me. Do people browse like the Ring Fit category and be like, who's suffering today? There's a lot of people with workout redeems. Yeah, I have them. I have some workout redeems. Someone did one. Did they do it earlier today or was it yesterday? Or was it Friday? I can't remember. But yeah. I was actually thinking of adding more because I got dumbbells. I got 10-pound dumbbells and I don't know what to do with them. Or they're not involved in my current workout redeems. So, yeah, I'm thinking of maybe adding a curls redeem, or maybe a tricep extension redeem. Tricep extensions are so exhausting though. I think I could only do like 10 per arm, and that would have to be it. Saving up for sketch, so I can't look at the others. QQ. Spend your points, Mega Milk. Waste them all on sound alerts. No. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you saving up for the sketch, though. That means a lot, actually. There are a number of items on that lift that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down the Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mr. Beat? Mr. and Mrs. Beat? Miss and Mr. Master Bish? Whoa, saying bad words almost. Careful with your mouth, Cheese. Gosh. That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. What a great witness he's going to be.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir. I didn't put the case number in the stream title. I forgot to do that. Oopsie. Is it worth doing now? Whatever. Case 1-4. Beep. I did it. It mostly only really matters for the VOD like organization, but you know what the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. Ma'am, have you ever heard of flashbulb memories?
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Actually, Ace Attorney has never utilized the concept of flashbulb memories, and that astonishes me.
Well, I mean, they kind of do, but they never really acknowledge it. They just have characters that are like make things up and they're super committed to it, but they never like acknowledge that flashbulb is a thing. Chat, do you know about flashbulb memories? I learned about it in psychology in college. Psychology. Don't quit your day job, cheese. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsumi at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events is that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. Quashed, I say. I suppose I should just go ahead and explain flashbulb memories anyway. Okay, so when something of significance or potentially traumatic, if a traumatic event happens to you as a human or as a ferret or as a cow, your memory of that event will be very vivid. However, that is because, like, you remember from the event what you remember, which is gonna have holes because people's memories, they always have holes in them. But because your brain deems that as a very significant event, it will fill in those holes with other stuff. So if people remember traumatic events very incorrectly, oftentimes, because flashbulb memory, it fills in the gaps and often fills them in wrong. So yeah, that's a psychological phenomenon. Deal with it. And I'm sure real courts of law deal with it all the time. Probably. Or I'm sure real attorneys accuse people of flashbulb memories all the time. I would, if I was a defense attorney. Seems like an easy solution to get rid of witnesses, to unvalidate witnesses. But I'm not an attorney, so don't worry. Or am I? I am in this game. Anyway, it's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bit-chanting. And on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, this life of the London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may very well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsumi. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. No, stop it, jury. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. I'm guessing that the officer is the one who allegedly saw it. And the wife managed, she didn't really see it, but the wife's doing all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. We're almost at 7 hours. I said I would go to the next save point, and I will. What the witnesses saw. It's our wedding anniversary, you're only taking me out for a meal, there's no time for change after work. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and elderly can't even apply. Boo! That's not gender equality. Let women be cops. I mean, it's olden days, but yeah. We have women cops now. It's fine. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Raleigh looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? Ugh. What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was... Hang on, what are their names again?
Oh, you heard that. It happened mid me talking. Did you hear that, chat? Rolly beat. Patricia beat. Pat beat. Rolly beat. I guess the last name is a pun. It's just beat, like on the beat. What's a pun? Because police beat people. Haha, police brutality. Ha ha ha. If I'm gonna be honest. They kind of look related. Yeah. That happens sometimes, though. I mean, not related people getting married. Well, that does happen sometimes, too. But it just happens that people are attracted to each other that look like each other. That happens. Although often in Sweet Home Alabama, no. Stop. Sweet Home Alabama. Oftentimes in fiction, you'll get a character, like a kid character, and both of their parents look exactly like the kid, and therefore they look exactly like each other. So, but like obviously, incest is not implied because it's usually in like children's media. So that'd be strange. Anyway, Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Yeah, that's a pretty unhealthy relationship. Going to adhere to the point. You're going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? Bro, what? What'd I say? That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. Girl is dating a pile of clothes. Hey, the clothes make the man. You know how it is. Although, maybe she's a... Not gold digger, that's not right. Maybe she's like a status digger. The man makes it in the rain. Yeah. That's right, sir, yes. Although, I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm on the proud owner of this, I'll serve the city and my queen to the end. What is that? What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all policemen of our sworn duty. Add that to court record right now. To patrol the street of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Stop saluting. Sir! And for such noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to be to come into it then. But sir, just on the one day in particular, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to... Oh my gosh, that's so cute, actually. I don't want to pick apart your testimony. You're so cute. Look at the sparkles in her eyes. I'm sorry, I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for cute relationships. Gah. Okay. Miss B puts up with law being married to Bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I think this is supposed to, like, make you, like, sick. Like, blah. I hate seeing other people do this. I hate seeing public displays of affection. Blah. Get out of my sight. I just think it's really cute. It seems too much for the courtroom. Yeah, but, you know, witnesses are always too much for the courtroom, you know? At least they're cute about it. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps? It's an Ace Attorney game. Yes, yes. Indeed. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Alright, two silhouettes appeared out of the phone, came in front of us. Two silhouettes? That's right. They were coming toward us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. Alright, currently my money... Wait, no. That's not right. I was gonna say that my money is on John Garadeb, but he was getting things thrown at him and his house was on fire at the time. So I guess it wouldn't have been him. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that that's not the right voice. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There's nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Stop yanking his scarf, though. What? Oh, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road was dead straight. You could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I see other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch. Look at her. Gosh, dang it. Oh, I'm so distractible. I hope it's not two scars, but just one long boy. You know, I actually have a feeling that it is, probably. We'll see a breakdown from them or something. And it'll be revealed that it was one scarf all along. You're onto something, Mega Milk. You're onto something. As a cop who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. As I'm sure, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. It's still really cute. They're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like there must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, oh wait, all of a sudden one of them collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered forward. I don't know, blah blah blah. I just looked at your emote. What do you drooling over? Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then, when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The copper had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed. It's clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
That was a hard sentence for me.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without questions. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the tall mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
Wait, why did he run away, though? If you say he was the killer, then why would he throw his books down and then run away if he didn't see you there? I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife? Hey, the policeman's credible for being a policeman. It doesn't make his wife credible. Now please, continue. She is very cute, though.
Yes, sir. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one, after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beach. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see? I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my bait. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There was nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? There's definitely that Japanese man in the dark, rolling into a song Thursday.
What do you mean? There was so much fog.
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. What?
Right. She doesn't like this line of questioning.
The light from the street lamp was more than enough. My husband already told you that fog was only...
Oh my gosh, I'm dying, Squirtle.
My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes. And what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. It is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
I've driven in snow like that before. Very slowly. Very slowly driven.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? Never, he's mine. The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Yes. It was the accused, no mistake. Never use mine. Yeah. It was the accused, no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the stumped nose. Unmistakable, sir. Thank you, Maggot Milk, for quoting the thing that you thought was funny. Because all too often, chat will say lol. And I'm not sure what they're laughing at. So thank you. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Say they saw, they see. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road on that day. Yes, I feel the same. Oh, that wasn't the right voice. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does that leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! What do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here? What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts. You might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. But simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? The wall? Up against the wall? Mr. Loisa, can I ask you something? Yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Oh my gosh. This is so cute. Oh my god. Look at this. Look at this. Use your husband as a little puppet to hide behind. Oh, maybe I'm just sleep deprived, but this is like the cutest thing I've seen in a hot minute. I can't take it. It's overwhelming me. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. She's the mastermind. Lock her up. No, I don't think it's her. She's no Delia Hawthorne. She is no Delia Hawthorne. What? No, no, no. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. She's distracting with her cuteness. Well, it's working. What can I say? I remember every last detail. Everything like. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. Do go on. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Add it to your testimony, ma'am. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. Yeah, I don't think Rolly's the type to hold a grudge. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Say the books, lady. Yeah. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? That last little punch.
I can't take it. I'm dying. That last little punch before she went back. God, the animation's so good in this game. Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I wasn't gonna complain that, like, all the testimonies are freaking group testimonies in this game. But, like, I'm glad this one's a group testimony. This one's so fun. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped off the scene. Book, lady, books, names, give. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. I dragged Ben to the police box for help by... Well, I decided to have a good look over at the area for good measure. I'm the proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. Oh my god, it's Pat and Rolly. Patrolly. God, that took me too long. Patrolly beat. Oh my gosh. Beat Patrolly? And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. What? He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you've observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it yearning? Uh-oh. She's close. And there was, a meal for someone. The last one is definitely the thingamy's something. A meal for Gabriel. Wait, but he only bought 3 books. Wait, how many books are in the photo? 3. Well, that is not what I was hoping for. You see? Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh, well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with the titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean, the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Oh, whoa, whoa! Whoa. Sir, calm down, sir. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. You are not allowed to draw a gun in court. Excuse me. I don't care if you're a police officer. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. He's the one that pulled out a gun. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Say they saw, they sue, they see. Assuming running. Wait. This is old testimony, though. Or, not old testimony. This is all dialogue. Well. Could even tell you the names of the 4 books. Okay, she said 4. Madam.
Objection.
He only purchased 3 books on that day. So you're saying there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it yearning, a meal for someone, and the thingamy's something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his book. Your books? Yes, and it entails Mr. Natsume's purchases on that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no. That can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Being cute can't save you now. This is the pursuit music. Being cute can't save you from pursuit. Oh really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there were only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it. I saw them. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. Grr. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no! It is one scarf.
Objection!
The punch. The single punch gets me so hard. No, that's not what I meant. It gets me. It hits me hard, is what I mean. Gosh dang it. Don't clip that. It's plainly evident. No, shush. Shush, Megal. No. No. No, it's not what I meant. Dang it. Ah, gosh dang it. Jeez. Why do you say these things? It's plainly evident. No! I'm getting spritzed by the bottle. The anti-eggplant bottle. That is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? What do you mean? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Because there were 4 books, huh? Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But, what about the photographic print? Obviously one is behind her large torso. It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Remember, kids, alcohol is flammable. And it probably would have made a bigger burst of flame than that. Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. The Lion's Pride. Oh! I recognize that book name. Ooh. Oh! She threw that was on fire. She was throwing books. They got thrown out the window. That proves that it was juror number 4 that did it. She threw a knife out the window and it hit her. I knew it. It's his book. It got burnt. It got thrown out the window. Look, it's burnt.
I love that aha moment, that light bulb moment. Not to be confused with the flashbulb moment. That's different. I don't believe it. It's the fourth book. As you will observe, the fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! No, Naruhodo, look at it. Look closely. Order, order. There, you see, look at that. Look. Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. He's gonna choke him out by the end of this? Well, it doesn't seem to be tightening around his throat. It just seems to, like, pull his torso down. Like his shoulder down, rather. By force of friction? Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. That's not what it says. Picture of Monsieur Lacroix? That is not... They haven't submitted it as evidence yet. That's not what it said! It said the Lion's Pride. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. Oh, okay. Different one. Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone? A meal for Gaboro, in fact. And the court has just heard the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly. I love how it colors flawlessly, save for a few minor details. That's not flawless, dude. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir, flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. I like her hair. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in the photographic print. Owned by the victim, you're gonna claim. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belonged to the victim. So the book got thrown out the window, and she leaned down to pick it up, and she's like, what's this? And she's standing where things are landing from being thrown out the window, and then a knife comes and hits her. Kabamzo. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Submitted as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. The 4th book has been entered in the court record. Let me look. I'm hammering that R button. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, look at that freaking burn. Also, what's the point of this magnifying glass? It really does not really seem to serve purpose. Title Lion's Pride discovered the victim's hand at the scene. Alright. Look at that burn mark. Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt. You're right, you'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Book's information has been updated in the court record. Can we open it?
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. Cough, same. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard a book of that by that name before. Very recently, too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Can we open the book? Can we... Is there like an owned by in the front? No? We can't do that? That would be too convenient, I suppose. Or a bookmark that says, to John. I'll always love you. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. I gotta say, I feel like I've never been as ahead of the case in previous Ace Attorney games as I am in this one. I feel like I'm always, like, barely understanding what's going on, or, like, what I need to solve in most Ace Attorney games. Like, Original Trilogy and Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. But I feel like I usually am ahead of where the game is in this one, so far at least. Because I am smarter than I was yesterday. I'm not sure what my point is. I just felt like saying that. Praise me. It's because you have a big brain. Yeah, but I don't know. When did Spirit of Justice come out? Like 2016? I think that was the last time I played Ace Attorney. Or no, I replayed the original trilogy. I guess that doesn't count because I was replaying it, so I wasn't actually solving anything. I already knew all the twists. But thank you for the praise. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodging that you try to establish in your summation examination. The attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. Oh, it's cute. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions, should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? No, stop. I don't want to do another examination, proclamation, whatever it's called. You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, it could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Raise an objection.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. But the die is still rolling. It hasn't landed yet. It's just left your hand. I can do analogies too. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Shut up! Don't you disrespect Susato. I'll kick your butt. She'll kick your butt. Oh. No, don't let him get you. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo! Well, that just earned us some heart points, didn't it? One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Yay, tolerance! Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. I'm way ahead of you. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers profound insight into the case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
Gee, I wonder. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
The fourth book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. You have not! Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. No! When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means we may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue in this case, which this fourth book conceals? Where could it be? This evidence that I can see. Can you help me present this mystery? Lark, my mom is afraid of ghosts and I have to go sage the whole house. What? Sage your house? What does that mean? Oh well, that's okay. Alright, ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious. Burning herbs to banish nonsense. That's funny. Can you tell your mom that I laugh at her? Unless it would offend her, in which case don't tell her. But that's silly. The back? What do you... Good gracious. Will do. It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Objection. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh! Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this chart book hide? Is this in the court record? I mean, we have the map that displays the residence being right heckin' there. Otherwise, we don't really have any evidence. We have people to present. What truth does this chart book hide? A chart book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage the sorry stone has suffered? Its owner? My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. I forgot to go British at the beginning there. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has a very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? That would be John Garadeb.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords. Oh, he wasn't expecting that. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Just like real life. Alright, then how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? Oh, I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Yeah, this trial's getting a second day. They're gonna dismiss to do more investigating. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. And the bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. See, at the time I was assuming it was still on his bookshelf. I thought he was, like, reading the spine of it or something. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh, dear me.
Objection!
This is Risible? What? Huh?
Risible.
Risible. Such as to provoke laughter. It's qualified as a rare word.
This is Risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Gardeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continually attacked Mr. Gardeb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. I mean, she's yanking a scarf, but I don't think it's malicious. It's more playful. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. Ah, you bought new ones to replace them, I see. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There I was, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him? Good gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
It wasn't a coincidence because the book was there first.
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Gardeb's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gardeb household.
They opened their window because there was smoke?
But it's not conceivable that the window was open at the time in... But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and...
Not even remotely. Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Ah.
Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel?
Okay. I doubt this will come up, but have you ever lived on a second or third floor? Okay? It gets hot. Alright? In winter? Okay, so apartments where I live, there are multiple floors, and actually, no, that doesn't even matter. A friend of mine has lived on a third floor, and I've been to his house there, and that they didn't even turn their heaters on in winter because all the heat from the lower apartments on the lower floors just rose up and heated them up. So they didn't even want to turn their heat on. In fact, they were still too hot sometimes, just from the heat from the other apartments. So, you know, they're on the third floor. It gets hot up there. Also, there was a fire.
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gardeb's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Look at that inductive logic. Who objected? Get her off the jury right now.
Well, I hope everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really?
Putting our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully your family's name. No, I surely you. It was never my intention. I'm dragging up an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Judge, we have some bias on the jury. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? But now, think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry. What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. Never mind. I was going to make a bad joke, but I'm not going to now. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Get your leg off the table. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
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 Guilty. He's Irish, I guess. Yeah. Thank you for that unambiguous response. It's nice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato? Have you forgotten? Battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination proclamation at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense has to exercise its rights to a summation examination. Humph. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. Because the truth will set you free. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Well, there it is. We're at 8 hours, folks. We gotta call it a night. That last segment was like 5 hours. Who knows how long the next segment will be. Alright. Hey, thanks so much for Why am I looking over there? Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for keeping me company. Always appreciate it. Sorry if I was a little dour for a bit. It happens. Try to keep it off stream, but you know. Happens. Happens when you think no one's watching. But someone was watching. Anyway. Next weekend, more of the same. I know it'll be October, but I'm still not ready to start any Halloween-y games. So, Metal Gear Solid 5 on Friday. Next Saturday, Gartic Phone? Gartic Phone sound good?
I'm just afraid to do more playing with viewers games that don't actually get viewers to play with me. So I feel like it's going to be Gartic Phone and Minecraft for a while. Although maybe for Halloween I'll do some Dead by Daylight. Although I don't own that game. And it's not currently on sale. And I'm not allowed to buy games that aren't on sale. It's the Cheese Louise law. That's how it be. Also, I don't know if I would actually enjoy that game or not. Let me know if you want to play Dead by Daylight with me, if that's a thing. Anyway, next Sunday will be more Ace Attorney. I can't wait till then. I really do wish that I could just sit and play this for like 40 hours straight, but I can't. Because A, I need to eat and sleep, and B, I need to go do my job. Can't stream during that. And it's just really hard. I might do some shorter guerrilla streams during the week of Ace Attorney to try to move it along. Yeah. The thing is, when I do that, God, if I just super clear my schedule after work, I still only really have like 3 or 4 hours to do stream. I mean, that's upper end. It's realistically it's like 1 to 3. 4 is if I really push it. I don't know. I'll see what I can manage. Or is that bad? Should I wait to do more Ace Attorney on Sunday so people don't miss it? Do people care about missing it? Speak now or forever hold your peace. But cheese, if you do a guerrilla stream at 3 a.m. and nobody watches it, if you have 0 viewers the whole time, then the algorithm thinks you're a bad streamer and it's going to recommend you to even fewer people. You're digging yourself a hole. Not sure if that's true. But I do what I want. Currently, the only streams I'm doing that are designed to help me grow as a streamer are the playing with viewers streams. The other ones are for me. They're for me to have fun. Because by Jove, streamers just want to have fun. You know? I don't know what I'm talking about. Thanks so much for watching. Stick around for loading slate for the raid. If you're on YouTube watching the VOD, like, comment, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. Until next time, my peeps. Bear it out.